Come here, you little bumble. This is it, baby. Oh. Come here, you little bumble.
You know what's funny? My wife got me to stop saying that word. Like the 2000s, she got me to stop saying the word. I swear to God, this is a story. I was driving back. I was in LA and I had her on speakerphone. I had a good set and everything, so I was psyched and I was talking to her, making her laugh. And and I'm driving. And this is the hilarious thing is I'm driving a Prius, right? And the Prius, the 2008, had like this 2-inch like metal on either side that was like a blind spot. If you went to take a left, and if there was somebody in the crosswalk and they lined up with the thing, okay, you wouldn't see them. And they get run over by this little doorstop of a car, right? So wouldn't you know it, that night I'm whistling, going down the street in my Prius, and I'm making my wife laugh, and I go to make a left, Hollywood and La Brea, I never forget it, and this guy was lined up, and at the last second, I saw him, almost ran him over, I swerved out of the way and stomped on the brakes. The guy, of course, turned around and goes, "So why don't you look where the fuck you driving, Jimmy? Why wake up and screaming at me?" I put the window down, I was trying to smile at him, I saw you didn't see me, and you got too much thing, and you were lined up, shut up, you were right away, you wanted to scream me, trying to explain myself, you kept yelling at me, and you wouldn't let me stop. What was funny was the guy actually laughed, right? I swear to God, like, truly said that, and he really, like, laughed. To this day, I don't know why. Like, was he laughing because he was a little fat? Was his pants getting a little tight? Was it around the holidays? Or was it just funny to see a bald ginger in a Prius call him that word? I don't know what it was, but he got a huge laugh out of it, and that word actually ended the argument between the two of us. But my wife broke it down because she can't say that word. It's a really hurtful word. And I was like, all right, well, I don't want to be an echo. So it took a while, but I stopped, and but it's like, they never gave you like a replacement word. Like this phantom limb syndrome here. It's like, what do you call somebody who cuts you off in traffic and then you pull up at a red light and they don't have the decency to look at you and it's screaming? What do you call them? It's the alliteration. It just gets it out of you.
You have been spotted. Firing may reveal your position.
2000, she got me to stop saying the word. I swear to God, this is a true story. I was driving back. I was in LA and I had her on speakerphone. I had a good set and everything, so I was psyched and I was talking to her, making her laugh. And and I'm driving. I think this is the hilarious thing. I'm driving a Prius, right? And the Prius in 2008 had like this 2-inch like metal on either side that was like a blind spot. If you went to take a left, and if there was somebody in the crosswalk, they lined up with the thing, okay, you wouldn't see them, and they get run over by this little doorstop of a car, right? So wouldn't you know it, that night I'm whistling. Like this. Have you ever had like a supernatural or an occult experience in your life? Oh, one time, I'm on my motorcycle, right? I'm on my motorcycle. My flat tires, my rear tire of my tire is flat. I go to a gas station, I go, there's no nail, there's no anything. I put an air to stop the sun's going down on Pico. The sun is shining in the eyes. For some reason, I stand up off my bike to look at the rear tire. Car hits me back in the back of my motorcycle. He didn't see me because the sun was in his eyes. He braked because I was making a left-hand turn. Motorcycle shoots out from underneath. Car stops. What is that? If my tire had not been flat when you're at a stoplight, you'd see on your bike. But because I stood up,
Capturing the enemy base is one of the ways to win a battle.
I wasn't standing. I was just sitting. And I was just like, have you ever had anything resembling like a supernatural or an occult experience in your own life? Oh, one time, I'm on my motorcycle ride, my own motorcycle. Flat tires,
When you leave the
my
base
rear tire,
circle,
my
your
tire is
capture
flat.
progress is
I go
lost.
to a gas station to open it. There's no nail, there's no anything. I put air back in the tire. I come up to the stop, the sun's going down on me, the sunlight's shining in the eyes. And for some reason, I stand up off my bike to look at the rear tire. Car hits me back in the back of my motorcycle. He didn't see me because the sun was in his eyes. He didn't brake because I was making a left-hand turn. Motorcycle shoots out.
You escaped North Korea when you were 13. When you lived there now.
Uh-oh.
We just don't know what their life looks like. Exactly the same thing I
How much education did you
I never even seen the map. As a Asian, I did not even know station. But she told me I was a Kim Il-sung. The North Korean calendar begins when Kim Il-sung was born. So I don't to surprise me. The thing is that we are hungry. We're starving. Breakfast. I'm not sure if we're gonna make it to
Vehicle
tomorrow.
module
But
critically
that's how
damaged.
we're doing.
Repair it using the repair kit on the bottom panel.
Surviving, and that is why precisely Kim Jong-un keeping us starving.
You escaped North Korea when you were 13. When you lived there, you didn't know that there was another way to live.
It's like here right now, we cannot imagine a life in some different planet in the universe. We just don't know what their life looks like. Exactly the same.
And where you lived in North Korea, there was no education. How much education did you
I never even seen the map of the world. As an Asian, I did not even know that was Asian. The vision told me I was a Kim Il-sung base. The North Korean calendar begins when Kim Il-sung was born. So I don't know what to just surprise things. The thing is that we are hungry, we're starving. If you eat breakfast, you will worry about lunch. You make it to dinner, you are not sure if you're gonna make it to tomorrow. So in that sense, it's not really nobody thinks about anything other than surviving. That's why precisely keeping us surviving.
Enemy is hit.
escaped North Korea when you
Enemy
were
armor
13?
is
When
damaged.
you lived there,
Enemy is
you
hit.
know, there was another way to live.
It's like here right now, we cannot imagine a life in some different planet in the universe.
Gunner is dead.
Exactly
We're
the
still
same.
alive. The engine is smoking.
There was
Kneel
no
out. This
How
vehicle is
much
panicked.
education did you
I never even seen the map of as
Never even seen a map with the words.
It's just a house. It's just a house. She's not there, you know. What's overrated? What should people not do? Go to Air Frank.
Your vehicle was
Yeah.
destroyed. You can press escape
It's
to
just a
leave the
house.
battle.
It's just a house. She's not there. What's overrated when you're in Amsterdam? What should people not do? Go to Air Frank house. Yeah. It's just a house. It's just a house. And she's not there, you know. What's overrated when you're in Amsterdam? What should people not do? Go to Air Frank house. Yeah. Wow. It's just a house. It's just a house. And she's not there.
Yeah.
Nate Diaz build up to the first fight. When Nate Diaz and Connor were doing interviews with each other, I was like, dude, Nate Diaz is the. Because Connor was getting in everybody's heads, talking all that, and then he tried to do it to Nate, and Nate. There's one interview with like Connor sitting there, and he's like, you're skinny, fat. You're like a gazelle. I'm a lion. I'll tear you apart.
I'm just looking at your little frame.
Yeah.
It just reminds me of an injured gazelle.
Yeah.
Fat, skinny.
Nick just goes, no one even knows what a gazelle is, dude.
Hey, what on? Nano Banana 2 is now on Artlist, and it's more cost-effective and way faster. So you can create cinematic images in seconds.
One of the real problems with the Bible is as you get older and older, things get weirder and weirder. Well, if you get the Dead Sea Scrolls are bananas. And it's
That's
like,
not
no.
existing.
Here's why. Because the rabbis, it didn't align with the Torah. So they yanked it out. But it's an original biblical text. It's not just the giants, it's aliens. It's about the Watchers who came down and mated with human beings and created a race of giants called the Nephilim. And when they found it, they also found a version of the book of Isaiah that is verbatim, the same as a version of Isaiah that was 1,000 years later. That's what's crazy. For 1,000 years, they maintained the exact same story verbatim, writing it down and passing it on. And the book of Enoch's in there with that. One of the real problems with the Bible is...
You got any white bread?
Yes?
I'll have some toasted white bread, please.
Want butter or jam on the toast, honey?
No, ma'am. Dry. Got any fried chicken?
You want chicken wings or chicken legs?
Or fried chickens and a Coke. And some dry white toast, please.
The other man. We got two hunkies out there dressed like Hasidic diamond merchants.
Say what?
They look like they're from the CIA or something.
What they want to eat?
The tall one. White bread, toast, dry, nothing on it.
Yeah, I would.
And the other one wants 4 whole fried chickens and a Coke.
And Jake, shit, Gorilla's brother. Got any white bread?
Yes?
I'll have some toasted white bread, please.
Want butter or jam on that toast, honey?
No, ma'am. Dry. Got any fried chicken?
You want chicken wings or chicken legs?
Or fried chickens and a Coke. And some dry white toast, please.
The other man. We got two hunkies out there dressed like Hasidic
Two honkies out there. Oh no. Nope.
To go to Saudi Arabia, you have to be invited by a person of power. Now, when I left Detroit to go,
Me and my wife bought a house in 2011. And by me and my wife, I mean I paid for it. She hates that show, but I don't give a shit. Bro, she's always breaking my... Don't put your shoes over here. They belong over there. You know why I bought over there? They belong over here. So I put my f***ing shoes. What do I want to? Oh, shirt's coming up. Where's it going? So we get into the house. She's scoping out the house because she's smart. She's finding rooms to get sun. She's checking out the closet space. And me, like an idiot, I want to check out the garage. For whatever reason, I'm drawn to this thing. And I go down, I open the door, and the last people hadn't cleaned it out. It was like a busted refrigerator, an old file cabinet, an ab roller, something from a luau. It was like 7 failed businesses in this goddamn thing. And I gotta start lugging this shit out.
Wow.
It's raining. I got 3 hours into this job. My forearms were cut. I had dirt, sweat, cobwebs all over me. I wanted to burn down this fucking house. I was ready to leave, but out of nowhere, my wife showed up. Big smile on her face, and she made me a sandwich. Cut it in half diagonally, which is love. They don't cut it in half. They might as well frisbee it at you. Like, here you go, you fucking piece of shit.
Word.
It's in the middle. They gave me an ice-cold beer. She did that years ago. You know, to this day, every once in a while, I still think about that sandwich. Unbelievable. It just popped in my head like this memory. I just think like myself talking in the car. Remember the time she made me a sandwich? It was unbelievable. She cut it in half. Burritos with an ice cold beer. I felt like a king. That's all it takes. You know what it felt like in that moment? You remember that movie Shawshank Redemption? You know that scene where the prisoners are drinking the beer on the rooftop with the sun in their face? That's what it felt like. The only thing missing was Morgan Freeman's voice narrating over the top. And for 20 minutes, Bill Burr felt like a free man. Me and my wife bought a house in 2011. And by me and my wife, I mean I paid for it. She hates that show, but I don't give a shit. True. You go breaking my... Don't put your shoes over here. They belong over there. Yeah, well, I bought over there. And I bought over here. So I put my shoes wherever I want to. Oh, shirt's coming up. Where's it going? So we get into the house. She's scoping out the house because she's smart. She's finding rooms to get sun. She's checking out the closet space. And me, like an idiot, I want to check out the garage. For whatever reason, I'm drawn to this thing. And I go down, I open the door, and the last people hadn't cleaned it out. It was like a busted refrigerator, an old file cabinet, an ab roller, something from a luau. There was like 7 failed businesses in this goddamn thing. And I got to start lugging this shit out in like 90-degree weather. as a redhead, hating my life. I got 3 hours into this job. My forearms were cut. I had dirt, sweat, cobwebs all over me. I wanted to burn down this fucking house. I was ready to leave, but out of nowhere, my wife showed up. Smile on her face, and she made me a sandwich. Which is love. They might as well frisbee at you. Like, here you go, you fucking piece of shit. Diagonally poured Fritos in the middle and gave me an ice cold beer. She did.
Wait, isn't it illegal to bake for beer?
You're damn right.
Well, what are you doing then?
Fucking beating broke around here. I tell you what, if I see a deer on that shit, I'm gonna fucking shoot it. It ain't for them.
Babe, isn't it illegal to bake for
This is the name of the technique Mercenary Tao was using when I defeated him.
If you say you beat Tao, you're a liar.
It's the truth.
Was a great man.
About 3 years ago, I guess. Do you have a problem?
And his father does a great idea to shoot right because it's right. And I can see that the bullet trajectory goes right to your the house, you dumbass.
Time to roll out.
She doesn't
Yeah, we go. Map. Boom, bitch.
Change is a state, and that change takes place in It's the only way to fulfill the existence of time is. So your what is the
The light bulb icon indicates that you have been spotted by enemies.
Penetration. Enemy armor is hit. One of our tracks is damaged.
The circle around the reticle indicates gun accuracy. Wait a little for a more accurate shot.
Penetration. We fixed the track. Track repaired. Drive on. Enemy armor is damaged. Track hit. Penetration. Critical hit. Bail out. This vehicle.
Hell yeah.
I don't even smoke out of bongs. What? Nope. Why? Just be too hot? No, motherfucker. I come from the crack era. Torch. That motherfucker glass nigga, that's drugs. You graduate, you're escalating.
I mean, I've been with a homie that just loves cocaine, and he keeps it in little hash jars because with all his hash, so it's pulled over. And you know when hash gets dry, it gets like chunky and like powder. Yeah. So I'm looking at my house and dab it. And I grab this jar. I'm like, what is that? It's just fucked. Yeah. Pour it in. And they go, I need to listen to that smoke crack. And he told me, like, no. And he's like, damn you. So I did. You was on that pookie. Smell that shit. Oh. I don't know if you ever smoked it. You sold it. No. I've never done cocaine. Good. I've never done it ever in my life. I'll sell you some. I mean, I don't even smoke out of bombs. What? Nope. Why? Because you get too hot? No, motherfucker. I come from the crack era. So you don't dab. I know that.
Fuck the world. Like, not like I need a break. Like, honestly, like, fuck all of it. Like, everybody and everything. And I don't like doing anything anymore. Like, nothing makes me happy. I don't like anyone. I even told one of my therapists at one point, I said, I just don't want to feel it. I kind of envy sociopaths because they don't have to worry about feeling shit. I kind of want that. And she's like, you mean you don't want to be a human being? I was like, yep, that's what I want. Fuck.
Yep, that's it.
There's no way. Ukrainian soldier put many QR codes on his tank to shield it against Russian drones. His comrade got confused. The soldier explained it to him. Russian drones use Chinese chips, which automatically scan TV QR codes, then start shopping.
Too easy.
Forget about the war. Later murder, death, and then they give up. There's no way that's true. There's no way. Ukrainian soldier put many QR codes on his tank to shield it against Russian drones. His comrade got confused.
Een IQ van 85 tot 115 wordt kid from Vietnam.
What?
Pulled out 22 pounds. Everybody started screaming. Oh my God, he's got a gun. And I got scared. I was in the back, but I was scared. Because I knew that everybody who was with me was armed. They had shot this kid on stage at the Hollywood Bowl. Like I paid to do, Travis. But Travis G'd up. Travis wrestled the gun out of the kid's hand, and then he took it like this and tried to chamber it around, and he couldn't. So he pulled the trigger, and it wasn't a knife, but I found the front. This is some scary shit. Someone in the audience freaked out. Hey, what happened with the attack? And I was the journalist in the room.
Too easy.
All I said was that this nigga had a knife that identified as a gun.
Too easy.
I got 6 more weeks of bad press for that joke. You do not do this thing. That's while we was beating on him, reaching his waistband. Pulled out 22 pound pistol. Everybody started shooting.
No.
Oh my God, he's got a gun. And then I got scared. I was scared. Because I knew that everybody with me was armed. They had shot this kid on stage at the Hollywood Bowl. Like I paid you, Travis.
Johan zegt er altijd, eerst moet je altijd kijken in de muziek. Ja? Eerst vrijwel kom je gewoon alleen niet naar kijken in de muziek. Dan denk je... Daar zit angst er goed in. Ja, dan denk je bij de tweede keer gaan ze misschien toch iets naar links of iets naar rechts. Ja? Of dan is er wat meer... Johan zegt er altijd, eerst moet je altijd kaart in de muur schieten. Ja? Eerst vrijwel kom je gewoon alleen niet naar kijken in de muziek.
Go, go, go. Too easy.
Yo.
Weapon spree. Good
that I built last year that shoots at 1 billion frames per second. What could possibly be cooler than that? Camera that you could do that. And this is what that looks like at 2 billion seconds. Light moves about 6 inches or 15 centimeters per frame of this video. This beam of light is traveling at the universe's speed limit. Light in any reference frame will never move any faster or any slower than this speed. This is the camera that I...
Ja, misschien groeit je niet zo hard als dat je.
Not a lot going on there. See what I'm working with? Show me that. There, see? You think this is a real knife, dude. Look at this. Yes, you're bigger than me, lift more weights than me, but you are an arm wrestling beginner. Make no mistake about it. Tomorrow will be one of your greatest lessons. Okay? I will teach you so many things. I will pin you fast. I will pin you slow. I will make you quit. I will take the strap. I will dad move you. At some point, you are right. I am the beginner, and that makes it even worse if you lose. I can't use anything. Against beginner and bodybuilder, good for you. I'm sorry, you guys. Let me now apologize to you. Dein Vater, alle Deutschland, Entschuldigung. I'm going to destroy Germany's young champion here in Dubai tomorrow. I'm sorry. Auf Deutschland. Auf Deutschland. Mein Mutter. Mein Mutter war von Schwarz. Not a lot going on there. See what I'm working with? Show me again. What do you think? This is cool. Look at this. Yes, you're bigger than me, lift more weights than me, but you are an arm wrestling beginner. Make no mistake about it. Tomorrow will be one of your greatest lessons, okay? I will teach you so many things. I will pin you fast. I will pin you slow. I will make you quit. I will take the strap. I will dad move you. At some point, you are right. I am the beginner, and that makes it even worse if you lose. I can't lose anything, but bodybuilder, really good for you. I'm sorry, you guys. Let me now apologize to you. Dein Vater, alle Deutschland, Entschuldigung. I'm going to destroy Germany's young champion here in Dubai tomorrow. I'm sorry. Alpha Deutschland. That's this. Alpha. Not a lot going on there. This is a real knife, dude. Look at this. Yes, you're bigger than me, lift more weights than me, but you are an arm wrestling beginner. Make no mistake about it. Tomorrow will be one of your greatest lessons. Okay? I will teach you so many things. I will pin you fast. I will pin you slow. I will make you quit. I will take the strap. I will dad move you. At some point, you are right. I am the beginner, and that makes it even worse if you lose. I can't use anything. But if you lose against beginner and bodybuilder, really good for you. I'm sorry, you guys. Let me now apologize to you. Dein Vater, alle Deutschland, Entschuldigung. I'm going to destroy Germany's young champion here in Dubai tomorrow. I'm sorry. Alpha Deutschland. That's just...
Ich will auch von Deutschland. Ich möchte das.
Not an alcoholic. I don't have to drink. I just enjoy a cocktail or two at the end of a long day. But got rules now. Don't drink before 7. Drink on an empty stomach. Always hide the car keys. Give someone your phone so you don't make any embarrassing calls. No more than 2 ounces of alcohol an hour. No more than 12 a night. 2 beers per AA chip. 1 shot per chip. Boilermakers 3 chips. Not 7 o'clock. Beers, please. Oh, and can you get me an 8-ounce glass of water? Gotta stay hydrated. Not an alcoholic. I don't have to drink. I just enjoy a cocktail or two at the end of a long day. But I got rules now. Don't drink before 7. Empty stomach. Always hide the car keys. Give someone your phone so you don't make any embarrassing calls. No more than 2 ounces of alcohol in an hour. No more than 12 in a night. I get 2 beers per AA chip. 1 shot per chip. And a Boilermakers 3 chips. Not 7 o'clock. Beers, please. Oh, and can you get me an 8-ounce glass of water? Gotta stay hydrated. Not an alcoholic. I don't have to drink. I just enjoy a cocktail or two at the end of a long day. But I got rules now. Don't drink before 7. Don't drink on an empty stomach. Always hide the car keys. Give someone your phone so you don't make any embarrassing calls. No more than 2 ounces of alcohol an hour. No more than 12 in a night. Get 2 beers per AA chip. 1 shot per chip. Good luck.
One of the makers, 3 chips.
Man, 7 o'clock. Beers, please.
Oh, and get me an 8-ounce glass of water. Gotta stay hydrated.
Alcoholic?
Yes, I love eating peanuts. For those of you too young to know how it is, right? He is our most prolific serial killer. He killed 300. He killed that's my point. That is eye on me. Go on. Give him a few more years. He was a doctor, right? But the reason you haven't heard of him, right, is because he never appears in those lists of the worst serial killers, and he was like one of the worst. Right? He was a GP. He was always shirt tie, jacket, little beard, little glasses. He did house visits. See Edna, 85. You know Edna? Yeah. Do you want to come and lethal amount of opioids, right? And he just give Edna the tea and watch her drink it and fall asleep, die. And that was it. He didn't even. Yes, it's a waste, sir. Yeah.
Too easy.
I reckon he got the idea when he was a little lad. Harold Shipman, little Harold Shipman, he watched his mum dying of lung cancer. He given morphine and some I've got to become a doctor and I'll do this. I don't know whether it means that he liked the way the morphine put his mum out of pain, so these are like mercy killings, like, you know, who live in the kindness, or the opposite. He was jealous of old people who lived longer than his mum should have, so he was punishing them. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Actually, it does matter, because if you can really understand why someone does something like that, you might spot the signs in the future and stop a crime before it happens. Right? Those of you too young to know who Harold Shipman is, right? He is our most prolific serial killer. Right? He killed 300 people. He killed old people. That's my point. He'd have his eye on me, go on, give him a few more years. He was a doctor, right? But the reason you haven't heard of him, right, is because he never appears in those lists of the worst serial killers. And he was like one of the worst ever, but he didn't act like a serial killer, right? He was a GP, he was old school, he had a little shirt and tie, little tweed jacket, little beard, little glasses, he'd do house visits, he'd go to see Edna, 85, right, Edna, do you want a cup of tea? Yes, please. And he'd make Edna a lovely cup of tea, right? They should right? And he'd just give Edna the tea and watch her drink it and fall asleep and die. And that was it. He didn't even miss the bank. You know, come on. Yes, it is a necessary. Yeah. I reckon he got the idea. He was a little lad, Shipman, little Howard Shipman. He watched his mum dying of lung cancer and being given morphine. Someone triggered him. I don't know what it means that the morphine put his mum out of pain. So these are like mercy killings, like, you know, really, or the opposite. He was jealous of old people who lived longer than his. To know who Harold Shipman is, right?
Hey, ik ben Dalen en ik help bedrijven die snel betrouwbaar op.
Quick question: is this weed good or bad? And they're like, "Oh, that means 3% THC," and it's like, I didn't ask that question. I asked you, calm down. Is it good or bad? They go, well, it's a sativa, so it'll probably wake you up. And it's like, don't lie to me, bro. That's the lie we told the government to get this shit legal so you could have a job. Weed doesn't wake you up. I've never been tired in the morning like that.
Weapons free.
Smoke 3 blunts after that. No, that's cocaine, alright? That's... They say, oh, indica will put you to sleep. If you've ever smoked a hybrid indica, that's when you're awake and asleep at the same time. That's ambient, bitch. No. The question is this weed good or bad? And they're like, oh, that one is good. What? They didn't ask that question.
So,
Wow. Is it good or bad? They go, well, it's a sativa, so it'll probably wake you up. And it's like, don't lie to me, bro.
That's the lie we told the government to get this shit legal so you could have a job. Weed doesn't wake you up. I've never been. Let me smoke 3 blunts back to back. No, that's cocaine. All right, that's because indica will put you to sleep. If you ever smoked a hybrid indica, that's when you're awake and asleep at the same time. That's ambient, bitch. Don't. The question is this weed good or bad? And they're like, oh, that weed's good. It's like, I didn't ask that question. No. Is it good or bad?
Weapon 3.
It's making 54,000 an hour. I was just the wrong guy in that moment, in that pocket of time to like that much money to, man. I'd buy a bunch of cars and then invite a bunch of girls over and then just say pick one. I was doing this show where I was partying, girls, oh great. Whoever showed up, hey, come on. I felt like I was time traveling from like 1 a.m. to like 7. It felt like 15 hours. So enjoy. Those just vanished. And then back to work. No, I just went bang on my you're late, but I'm still sideways.
Fuck.
I would literally do this thing, this 15-minute, 20-minute nap where I would just hit the pillow and try to meditate with a body just vibrating from all night. Trying to meditate, and then I would hit the shower. I'd be in the shower and say, okay. This shower, next shower. That's about 11, 12 hours. Shower to shower. And then I'd get to work and then have that midday drop off. And I wasn't getting piped at work, but I needed to keep some fuel in the engine. I started drinking. People look at sitcoms like, oh, they're out there having a fun time. It is hard enough to do and to do well, completely focused and with all your shit intact, right? Then a lot of my energy is going to the skies. In addition, I'm living excuses. Oh, I had a med mix today. I'm on 2 pills at the same thing at the same time every day. There's no med mix up. So that show kind of never really had a chance to be anything special. I was making 54,000 an hour. I was just the wrong guy in that moment, in that pocket of time to like that much money to, man. Like buy a bunch of cars and then invite a bunch of girls over and they just say pick one. Girls. Wait, whoever showed up, hey, come on. There's plenty to go around. I felt like I was time traveling from like 1 a.m. to like 7. It felt like the hours like, settle and enjoy. Those just vanished. And then back to work. No, I just someone banging on my floor. You're late with it. And I'm still sideways. So I pop up shots. I would literally do this thing. It was a 20-minute nap where I would just meditate. My body just vibrating from all night. Trying to meditate, and then I would hit the shower. I'd be in the shower. Okay.
I've accidentally been working in restaurants for the last 20 years. I was watching a fat kid eat the other day, and it made me realize that if I have a kid, I want to have a fat kid. Because he's either going to overcome heavy adversity and build a strong character, or the little guy loses a foot and we don't walk to the back of the parking lot anymore. And it's cool if somebody
Hey,
like
I'm
that
walking here.
normally doesn't, and that's type 2. I've accidentally been working in restaurants.
I got put me down, man. These guys like this guy took that broke me down, and now you have the blackboard, now you do whatever you want with.
You get to find whatever kind of fight. That when he broke you down, how did he break you down? He's talking about my character, my discipline. He's not doing what you hate to do, but doing what you love to do. Mike, did you love it? Go. Well, how did you reconcile that? Loving and envy your favorite. You told me the truth, though. Yeah. Listen.
Attack.
Right. Well, fine.
Oh.
Like this kind of stuff. You got to get down, like, get down back for it, down to whatever. It's like not fighting for us. Not when he broke you down. How did he break you down? Yeah, just talk about my character, my discipline. Mike, did you love it when you were afraid of it? Both. I can reconcile that. Love it and being afraid. You told me the truth, don't you? Yeah. But, okay, so, that's it. I was at the same, just this white man I played. I was seriously, why? So kind of comes. You listen to me.
Attack.
That broke me down, man. He's like, that broke me down. That was when he broke you down. How did he break you down? He's talking about my character, my discipline.
Motherfuckers.
CG was just business. Studio came to me, said they wanted to make it out. I told them, I said, get these two motherfuckers off of that. I'm gonna take these. You know what? Watch me. Yo!
My wife, lovely wife, she's like falling asleep, and I can't fall asleep because I'm all scatterbrained, so I just start watching some YouTube clips. I end up seeing this clip of this lady down at the zoo. Wasn't making as much money as the guy who worked at the zoo, and that's what needs to stop. Lady down at the zoo, she taught this gorilla how to do sign language. And I don't just mean like hello and goodbye, like literally phrases, like talk about his emotions. They were actually conversing. The gorilla sitting there talking to her, oh my god, you look a little upset today. She's like, oh, you know, I'm kind of sad. And she's talking. So long story short, she's sitting there, she's talking to this gorilla, and one day she decides to get a little kitty cat, right? And immediately I'm thinking like, don't get a cat, it's a gorilla. And twist the thing's head off, throw the body over there, play with the head for a while, sniffing it and stuff. And then later it's gonna walk over, set the head down next to the body, the whole thing's not getting up again. But it was the exact opposite. She gives it this little kick, and the thing immediately understood that it was a baby, and this like parental thing came over. It was so like gentle and filled with, it was like beautiful, right? And then they just understood that they started using it as like a teaching tool, right? So it's every night they take the cat back, all right? And then the next day they come in, and if the gorilla learned its phrases, they got to play the chicken. They're using it as a motivational tool. So the gorillas vocabulary started going through the roof. So to cut to the chase, one night they take the cat home. Somehow the little kitten gets out, got hit by a car, and died. Yeah, that cat, you never had that. I don't know if it was dead instantly, like it was thrown right over his head. That was it. That's not the point of the story. The point of the story was now this lady had to go down to the zoo. And she had to tell the gorilla that the kitten was dead. So she comes back down to the zoo, and the gorilla's all, God, this is like its favorite part of the day. Like its mind is engaged, and it sees this little friend. And at this point, its vocabulary is like crazy now. The lady shows up, the gorilla's all amped up, and just looks at it, it's like, oh shit! What's up? Yeah! So the lady, she has like, you know, just sitting there all sad. Think how she's gonna tell it, right? And the gorilla picked up on the vibe. Right? She's kind of like, well, and all of a sudden the gorilla's energy just comes all down. She just starts looking at the lady like, what's wrong with you? Something that I need to know? Huh? So the lady's sitting there, she's like, jeez. Well, kitty cat, it got hit by a car, and it's fucking dead. The other night, my wife, lovely wife, she's like falling asleep, and I can't fall asleep because I'm all scatterbrained, so I just start watching some YouTube videos. I end up seeing this clip of this lady down at the zoo, who I'm sure wasn't making as much money as the guy who worked at the zoo, and that's what needs to stop. Lady down at the zoo, she taught this gorilla how to do sign language. And I don't just mean like hello and goodbye, like literally phrases. This thing could like talk about its emotions. They were actually conversing. The gorilla's sitting there talking to her. Oh my God, you look a little upset today. She's like, oh, you know, I'm kind of sad. And they're just talking. So long story short, she's sitting there, she's talking to this gorilla, and one day she decides to get a little kitty cat, right? And immediately I'm thinking like, don't get it a cat. It's a gorilla. It's gonna twist the thing's head off, throw the body over there, play with the head for a while, sniffing it and stuff. And then later it's gonna walk over and set the head down next to the body and wonder why the whole thing's not getting up again. But it was the exact opposite. She gives it this little kitten, and the thing immediately understood that it was a baby, and this like parental thing came over. It was so like gentle and filled with joy. It just it was like beautiful, right? And then they just understood that it loved this kid, and they started using it as like a teaching tool, right? So it's every night they take the cat back, all right? And the next day if the gorilla learned its phrases, it got to play with the kitten. They use it as a motivational tool. So the gorilla's like vocabulary started going through the roof. So to cut to the chase, one night they take the cat home. Somehow the little kitten gets out. It got hit by a car, died. Yeah, that cat you never met died. I don't know if it was dead instantly, like if it drove right over its head and that was it. It's not the point of the story. The point of the story was now this lady had to go down to the zoo. She had to tell the gorilla that the kitten was dead. So she comes back down to the zoo. And the gorilla's all amped up. This is like its favorite.
I don't switch between tools anymore. Everything you need to create with AI is now in one place. It's the Artlist AI Toolkit, where all the AI tools you need to create are organized into one seamless platform. It gives you everything you need: AI video, image, voiceover tool, all in one place with a single subscription. And it's powered by the best AI models, so you can achieve anything. The whole experience feels organized and easy to use from the start, giving you the freedom to work your way.
I'm like psychotic. I'm not, being able to joke around. I said, it's right. I have to, so I started pulling the gag on Al. That was the moment I realized he was absolutely out of his mind. He's certifiably insane. I wouldn't spend a night anywhere near his house. I said that to him, we're about 3 weeks into shooting. Smoke a cigarette. Finally, I just couldn't take it anymore. I said, hey, never expected or imagined was that you're actually certifiably insane. I felt good for saying it.
Did he respond?
Yeah. He gave probably one of the most perfect, amazing, he just sort of looked at me and he goes, oh yeah. So now, I didn't actually believe anything I said. Oh yeah. He just sat there and gave me my notes. Execution of time. It was all attached. I'm like psychotic. I can't stand not, being able to joke around on set. It's like, that's why I have to, you know. So I started pulling a gag. Oh, that was the moment I realized he was absolutely out of his mind. He's certified. Like, I wouldn't experiment on the night anywhere near his. He said that to her, you know, for about 3 weeks in the shoot. Smoking a cigarette. Finally, I just couldn't take it anymore. I said, hey, you know, hey, here's the funny thing, Al. The one thing that I never, ever expected or imagined was that
Fuck you.
when you were certified, it felt good saying it. Did you respond? Yeah. Probably one of the most.
Fuck.
Like, I'm just being honest with you. Like, whenever I would go to like certain they really so fucking garbage. It's ass to have taken to another level.
Do you find yourself getting constantly in arguments with a lot of Europeans about
cigarettes and they fucking weed. It's like a hell of a hairbrush.
Yeah.
You're not careful. That shit'll blow your fucking head.
Oh, it's crazy.
Why would they be doing weed with it?
That's exactly what they
Fuck.
That's so I don't want to take it doesn't mean you anyway, you like you up. Like that way, I went, the whole chest goes roll. Yeah.
Whenever I would go to like certain countries, it's so fucking garbage. You would get some hash, and the hash would take it to another level.
Do you find yourself getting arguments swimming? Oh, yeah, the ones that win. The ones with kids. Oh,
Godverdomme.
me in the shoe. Fuck you. What if he rapes me? What if she rapes you? Why shouldn't I use your toilets? This.
Oh, good. Die fucking good.
In the outside. Extraction women. Oh, God, you know, the ones with wounds.
Oh no. There's good go. Oh. Oh, so okay. Ja, ich bin aber grinder bra. Lady, lady. Okay, yes, I thought that.
Stop. See what's going on.
So I was obsessed with. He named his horse, and he was like, "This is Night Ride." So he went to take a piss while he was playing Red Dead. Paused it, lit some dynamite, put it directly under the horse. When Red Dead came out, Soda was obsessed with. He named his horse, and he was like, "This is Night Ride." So he went to take a piss while he was playing Red Dead. I unpaused it, lit some dynamite, put it directly under the horse. Tried to pause again. I think this sounds playing something. When Red Dead came out, Soda was obsessed with it. He named his horse, and he was like, "This is Night Ride." So he went to take a piss while he was playing Red Dead. I unpaused it, lit some dynamite.
I have a feeling he's a blind Afghan man somewhere between the ages of 60 years old, and he'd like to scare the shit out of us. Single shots that I take. You're getting real close, so we're all hiding. Boy. Well, he doesn't anything yet. No. Being shot at by single shot Freddy. Who's that? I have a feeling he's a blind Afghan man somewhere between the ages of 60 and 75 years old. He likes to scare the shit out of us. Single shots that I take. You're getting real close, so we're all hiding. Well, he doesn't anything. Shot at by single shot Freddy. I have a feeling he's a blind Afghan man somewhere between the ages of 60 and 75 years old. And he likes to scare the shit out of us. Single shots that I take. Been getting real close, so we're all hiding from it now. How come you're looking for him? Well, he doesn't anything.
Tell your child this: if they want a successful life, it isn't built on comfort or shortcuts. It's built on principles, discipline, and direction. Here are 5 rules society needs to know.
Terinsoy.
Because missing one has ruined many promising children. First, cut off friends who drag you down. If they gossip to you, they will gossip about you. Surround yourself with people who force you to level up, not those who keep you comfort. Second, master your mind. School ends, but education never does. Read, listen, and observe. The person who thinks they know everything is usually the one who knows nothing. Third, own your mistakes immediately. If you break it, fix it. If you hurt someone, apologize. Blaming others is a weakness. Taking ownership is a superpower. Fourth, value your reputation. It takes years to build a good name and seconds to destroy it. Be the person who does the right thing, even when no one is watching. Finally, be kind to those who can't help you. Treating powerful people well is business. Treating everyone well is character. And here comes the most important part. A happy life isn't about what you do. It's about what you give. Walk with integrity, speak with honesty, and act with courage. Destiny isn't written in the stars. It's written by your daily habits. Is your child already practicing these 5 rules? Let us know which ones in the comments. Share with your partner to show you're both on the same page. And follow for more parenting insights. Tell your child this: if they want a successful life, it isn't built on comfort or shortcuts. It's built on principles, discipline, and direction. Here are 5 rules society stopped teaching, but every child needs to know. And pay close attention to number 4, because missing that one has ruined many promising children. First, cut off friends who drag you down. If they gossip to you, they will gossip about you. Surround yourself with people who force you to level up, not those who keep
Level up, bitch.
Second, master your mind. School ends, but education never does. Read, listen, and observe. The person who thinks they know everything is usually the one who knows nothing. Third, own your mistakes immediately. If you break it, fix it. If you hurt someone, apologize. Blaming others is a weakness. Taking ownership is a superpower. Fourth, value your reputation. It takes years to build a good name and seconds to destroy it. Be the person who does the right thing, even when no one is watching. Finally, be kind to those who can't help you. Treating is business. Treating everyone well.
Wow, no.
Happy life is about it's about what you give. Walk with speak with honesty, and act with courage. Your destiny is written in the stars. It's written by your
Fucker.
daily acts. Is your child already practicing these 5 rules? Let us know which ones you know. Share with your partner to show you're both on the same page. And follow for more parenting insights. Tell your child that you want a successful life. It isn't built on comfort or shortcuts. It's built on discipline and direction. Here are 5 rules society stopped teaching every child needs to know. Close attention to number 4. This is that one. Has ruined promising children. First, cut off friends who drag you down. If they gossip to you, they will gossip
Yeah.
about you. Surround yourself with people who force you to level up, not those who keep you comfortable. Master your mind. School ends, but education never does. Read, listen, and observe. A person who thinks they know everything is usually the one who knows nothing. Third,
The Russian guy just walks over to me, looks me right in my eyes and said, I don't like black people. I looked in his eyes and said, why you don't like black people? He took a sip of his vodka, of his cigar, and he turned his head and he was smoking. He said, you guys are the most athletic. You're physically strong, but you're mentally weak. You see, y'all you're still filling up the prisons. You're still killing each other. You just don't have a chain on it. It was us, and they tried to slave what they had to kill all of them. Just dying being a slave. And I grabbed him, I don't know, $30,000 suit, and I told him that's exactly how I feel. And I have a tough time showing my kinsmen, other black people, exactly what you're talking about. But I'm not that guy. I let the shirt go. I ever met. He shook my hand, and I actually respect him for coming to me so boldly and so strong.
Danke.
The Russian guy just walked.
Sell to millions of people online. Shopify social media and marketing integrations. You can sell your products directly through social channels. Reach millions more shoppers by connecting your store to Amazon, eBay, and more. Head over to Shopify and start your
Godverdomme.
Sell to millions of people. Shopify social media and marketplace integrations. You can sell your products directly on social channels. Reach millions more shoppers by connecting your store to Amazon, eBay, and more. Head over to Shopify to start your free trial today. Sell to millions of people online. Shopify social media and marketplace integrations. You can sell your products directly on social channels. Reach millions more shoppers by connecting your store to Amazon, eBay. Head over to Shopify to start your free trial. Sell to millions of people online. Shopify social media and
Ja, nee, dat is leaving us.
What's my problem? Because your windshield's broken.
During a tense standoff, deliberately spill a few drops of coffee onto your cuff. Abruptly admit mundane fear. Stumble slightly over a complex.
This copy the Greek homework made it a little different. Who you're a bigger fan of the Romans Greeks? Wait. Why? Because what they did to the Germanic people. Not just Germanics, but the Celts too. Mass genocide, man. They got them back. Special battle to Kurt Force, 85 AD. The Romans just copied the Greeks' homework and made it a little different. Who are you a bigger fan of, the Romans or the Greeks? Oh, Greeks, 100%. I kind of did a little bit of beef against the Romans. You have beef against them a little bit. Why? Because what they did to the Germanic people. Not just Germanics, but the Celts too. Mass genocide, man. They got them back. Kurt Force, 85 AD. The Romans just copied the Greeks' homework and made it a little different. Who are you a bigger fan of, the Romans or the Greeks? Oh, Greeks, 100%. I kind of did a little bit of beef against the Romans. You have beef against them a little bit. Why? because what they did to the Germanic people, not just Germanics, but the Celts too, mass genocide, man. They got them back. Special Battle 2 Part 4's 85 AD. The Romans just copied the Greeks.
Yeah, porque
The Greeks. Oh, Greeks, 100%.
Two most racist motherfuckers on earth is a white man and a black woman. You understand me? Yeah, white man don't give a sister don't give a. The only cure for that kind of relationship is when they have a baby. You bring that baby up to their sister's house. It's my grandbaby. Lord, he got that good hair. He got the skin to win. Sally, come on in here, girl. I'm just bullshit. Yeah, I went on that Food Network. I learned how to make that quiche. You take me over that redneck oven. Hey there, look. Got a brain. I mean, look inside the balls on this. Wow! He had big hands off. We're going to the NFL. Two most racist is a.
Doing this Sunday. Come to church with us.
shut the fuck up.
Probably got a bunch of it. Oh, really? 4 hours, no commercial? Wow, that right. I'm thinking for there. Why?
I'm worried you left the house because I'm looking for
Still, I'm curious. You! What's on your mind there, bird? I'm not a bad guy. So then you think you're good. Good, because I'm not a bad guy. I'm a good guy. Back to the very good. Now, tell me how. Yeah, but please. What is it, bro? No. Don't know.
honey.
Honey, don't remember me.
The whole time he's been like, oh, knock out anybody. No. Gets his ass beat, bloody, split open. He gets out, runs down the alley, and then turns and looks at all of them and goes, I got a good story for you. This Irish kid shows up. He is kind of skin tight pants, coked out of his mind. You've never seen someone this high. And he's like, let's do it. Ben Jaeger bomb. He's genuinely an MMA guy. Just shadow boxes the whole time. Straight here. Next night, we're all hanging out. We're having a good time. That fucking Irish guy just walks straight to the green. Grady Quinn looks at me like, this guy. And he's like, stop walking. But it's environment. I'm like, dude, all the bars in Dublin close at midnight. It's like, nah, this is Dublin. This is Dublin. This guy doing is trying to fight him. As soon as we start walking in, just a bald, fat bouncer walks out and it's you. Just no. This is how this guy was. Gets his ass beat, he's bloody, he's split open. He gets out, runs down the alley, and then turns and looks at all of them and goes, I got a good story for you. This Irish kid shows up. He is Conor McGregor. Skin tight pants, coked out of his mind. You've never seen someone this high. And he's like, let's do it. Ben Jaeger bomb. He's genuinely an MMA guy. Just shadow boxes the whole time. What a shot. I'm straight here. Next night, we're all hanging out. We're having a good time. That fucking Irish guy just walks straight to the green. Grady Quinn looks at me like, I like this guy. Yeah. He's like,
Oh, fuck.
He's like, nah, this is dumb. Always trying to fight him. As soon as we start walking in, just a bald, fat bouncer walks out. It's like, you. Just beats the shit. The whole time he's been like, knock out anybody. This is how this guy was. Gets his ass beat, bloody split open. He gets out, runs down the alley, and then turns and looks at Elton and goes, I got a good story for you. This Irish kid shows up. He is Conor McGregor. Skin tight pants, coked out of his mind. I've never seen someone this high. Yeah, he's like, let's do Ben Jagerbaum. He's genuinely an MMA guy. Just shadow boxes the whole time. What a shot. Straight here. Next night, we're all hanging out. We're having a good time. That fucking Irish guy just walks straight into the green room. Drake Quinn looks at me like, why would you fight this guy? And I was like, dude. He's like, we'll go to this bar. I'm like, dude, all the bars in Dublin close at midnight. He's like, nah, this is Dublin. This isn't fucking. This guy, all he's been doing is trying to fight everyone. As soon as we start walking in, just a bald, fat bouncer walks out and he's like, you. Just the whole time he's been like, get knocked out anybody. This is how cool this gets his ass beat.
He is stoned throughout the whole movie. Quentin set me up with an interview with, they called it Chippy, a weekend heroin addict. And then I found on my own a daily ex-heroin addict. Copious notes about how they behaved when they're on the good stuff and when they're on the bad stuff and all the differences. And I came to a happy medium about the behavior that he would have. Finally, I said, okay, these notes are wonderful, but how do I execute it without getting a taste of what this is like? He said, well, okay, if you have to, get plastered on a bunch of tequila and lay in a warm pool of water. And he said, then you'll be at the bottom of the feeling that you start to feel heroin. And I said, I could do that. A bunch of shots of it and did it. And went, okay. And then the notes I could apply to that feeling and exaggerate it when needed. He is stoned throughout the whole movie.
Argue with an idiot, they'll bring you down to their level and beat you with experience. Ronald
Reagan, he said also, socialism works only in the heaven where they don't need it, and in the hell where they already have it.
Growth for the sake of growth is the ideology of a cancer cell. That's Edward Abbey.
Listen, the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money. Margaret Thatcher.
You're going to like this. The last capitalist we hang will be the one who sold us the road.
Man's eternal desire to be free and independent, Kennedy.
Okay. Freedom in capitalist society always remains about the same as it was in ancient Greece. Freedom for slave owners. Never argue with an idiot. They'll only bring you down to their level and beat you with experience. Mark Twain.
Ronald Reagan, he said also, socialism works only in the heaven where they don't need it, and in the hell where they already have it.
Growth for the sake of growth is the ideology of a cancer cell. That's Edward Abbey.
Listen, the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money. Margaret.
The last capitalist we hang will be the one who sold us the road. Karl Marx.
The most powerful single force in the world today is man's eternal desire to be free and independent. Kennedy.
Okay. Freedom in capitalist society always remains about the same as it was in ancient Greece. Freedom for slave owners. Never argue with an idiot. They'll only bring you down to their level and beat you with experience.
Ronald Reagan, he said also, socialism works only in the heaven where they don't need it, and in the hell where they already have it.
Growth for the sake of growth is the ideology of a cancer cell. That's Edward Abbey.
Listen, the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money.
The last sold us the road. Karl Marx.
The most powerful single force in the world today is man's eternal desire to be free and independent. Kennedy.
Okay. Freedom in society.
No.
Same. Greece. Never argue with an idiot. They'll only bring you down to their level.
There's one story about time travel. This guy collects like motorcycles and stuff. He has like 2 motorcycles in particular that he loves. And his daughter, like, when I die, you can sell everything, but please keep these 2 motorcycles with the family. And then drove it to the coffee shop. This guy comes in, he's like, hey, who is the Honda, whatever? He like named that exact. And he's like, yeah, it's mine. He's like, oh my God, just like that. He's talking to this kid. What other bikes do you have? He mentioned the other one that you really love. It's like, no way, I have that bike as well. It was passed down from grandpa. And he's like, oh, that's strange. And then the kid whispers in his ear, in October, do not go to Alaska. And then he left. And he said when he walked out, saw a flash, and he couldn't find the kid. And so he's kind of convinced that it was his grandson. I'm traveling. There's one story about time travel. This guy collects like motorcycles and stuff, and he has like 2 motorcycles in particular that he like loves. And his daughter, like, when I die, you can sell everything, but please keep these 2 motorcycles with the family. And then drove it to the coffee shop. This guy comes in, he's like, hey, who's the Honda, whatever? He like named the exact. And he's like, yeah, it's mine. He's like, no way, I have one. This kid, what other bikes do you have? To mention the other one that you're in love. It's like, no way, I have that bike as well. It was passed down from grandpa. And he's like, oh, that's strange. And then the kid whispers in his ear, in October, do not go to Alaska. And then he left. And he said when he walked out, saw a flash, and he couldn't find the kid. And so he's kind of convinced that it was his grandson. I'm traveling. There's one story about time travel. This guy collects like motorcycles and stuff, and he has like 2 motorcycles in particular that he loves. And
What if everything you Socrates once said, the smartest person is the one that knows they don't. But how can you not know it? Because the moment you think everything, you stop growing. You admit, I don't know. Open the door to learning and curiosity.
See you on the other side.
Real wisdom isn't having. It's asking better questions. So stay humble, stay curious. Because the moment you think you know,
Kill confirmed.
you've already lost. If you are not following philosophical Brian, you are probably never going to see us again. You are
Jesus.
Tango down, tango down.
True. I just gave my own name. My older sister's too. That's why I became captain of the team. That's your team captain?
Now, something like that, I'll be honest,
Something like that drives me up a wall. Well, man.
Junge.
True. It's just I did my older sisters too. That's why I became captain of the team. As your team captain. Something like that, I'll be honest. Something like that drives me up.
The coolest story from World War II I've ever found.
Enemy down.
And everybody like, oh,
All those different characters that he does. I know, and that's a brave thing. So if you just done comedy, mostly stand up, and then to try and go with the character, that's a kind of to me that would feel very hard. So that's a brave thing that
There's a few of those guys that really excel at that. That's a special talent.
him and Dunnigan, especially. Kyle Dunnigan.
Target eliminated.
So fun. I
Man
was thought he
down.
was gonna make it with those face.
Tango down.
This shows you how they
Target
get
eliminated.
Okay. So he was doing those face swap shows on Instagram, right? And they're so fun. But one of the reasons why they're funny is because it's obviously fake. It's crude, like South Park. Like it doesn't look real, so it doesn't freak you out at all. It looks so fake that it's fun. Right. One Comedy Central, they started using a much more sophisticated face swap, which wasn't as funny. It was like creepy. And then they cut the balls off of it. Like he wanted to have one where Caitlyn Jenner was fucking Donald Trump. Caitlyn's like, yeah, baby. Right, Trump. And they went, no.
His Kardashian ones are so that's funny. And even the Kardashians like him, I've heard.
Yeah, look, they have sense. They have to. They have to have sense. They've been in the public eye for 20 fucking years with no talent whatsoever. Just getting attention. Like, you gotta not take yourself too seriously if you hold that position. You know?
Yeah.
Breaking it, though.
Breaking in that dough. They should count as
Target eliminated.
You know.
Tango down. Tango down. Man down. Kill confirmed.
Yeah. Say I don't think I said it right. It was a shit, dude. The world's gonna end soon, so fucking get it out of your system.
If it doesn't end, it's gonna change.
That's what's scary, dude.
All
I think
those
I've just been
fucking eggheads on the spectrum are gonna be running everything.
But do you feel like, does it like you see this?
What the fuck, hey?
There's a guy who's talking. It's like they're gonna give, you know, like if like Waymos get a job, the Waymo can work all night. It can work 24 hours, right? So really, you're taking away like 4 or 5 shifts from an actual. So, you know what I'm saying? Like AI and tech advancement. So you know, they could do 50 people's jobs with a one robot.
Tango down.
Then yeah, what happens to those 50 people? How will people survive? How will they assure that their kid that they're raising and trying to teach positive things to will have a world to enact those things?
It's a very good question. And it's a good question that gets even weirder when the government is responsible for all your money. So if the government has to give you money because there's no jobs left, and if all this money is being generated by AI, like
Tango down.
you get universal high income, you got to be really careful that that doesn't come with a bunch of rules for your behavior, for social media.
Give me the fucking bomb, dude.
Like, if they develop some sort of an app that tracks like your social credit score, that's when shit gets fucking super scary. Like they attach the amount of money you have to your social credit score, which is what they do in China.
Well, do you see those block cameras now? I think there's this, and there's this thing in Florida where police officers, they were testing this somewhere, and shout out police officers, they're best. But where they were testing, when they pull somebody's identification, they can see their last few like bank transactions and stuff, so they kind of know who they're interacting with and what they've been up to. That seems like, what is that? It's all a little bit. It's like a centimeter here, a centimeter there.
And they're trying to find out how you did the crime. They should have no access to your shit, especially police officers. You just go down. It's corrupt. Also, sometimes they steal money. Also, sometimes they sell drugs. Also, sometimes they fucking kill people for hire. Right?
Yeah. Jesus.
I know. Well, the more power the government has, the worse we are. It's just a fact.
It seems now like our
Kill
government is
confirmed.
not, obviously, is not here to help the people. They've been compromised. That's true. So, are there any rules against when people
Kill confirmed.
working to pay the taxes to people? And that starts to make you piss.
And they're not responsible for fraud. Like, there's so much fraud. I mean, look at California. This one was trying to be president after who knows how much fraud increased.
He wouldn't. I don't think he beats Spencer Pratt. Yeah.
Well, Spencer Pratt is running.
Kill confirmed. Go down.
I think he can.
He's good
for
Kill confirmed. Man down.
Makes a lot of sense, and he's uncovering a lot of fraud. There's a what that Nick Shirley guy went down to California, and he's like, there might be 100 times more fraud in California than I found in Minnesota. It's everywhere.
He could go to every state and I think he could go. I just think this whole thing is just
Man
really
down.
Tim Dillon said it like 6 months ago. He was saying this is the bloated carcass, the
Kill confirmed.
end of what is happening. Like they're
It's
just
so scarce. There's so much money for stuff.
Dun, 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 dun.
It's paid for just taking care of your relatives. So you get paid to take care of your relatives, but there's no oversight. But no, they would pay you to take
I don't want to
care of
take
your
care of
relatives. So say if you take care of your mom,
Oh, okay.
you can actually get paid for that by California. Yeah, which is odd.
Yeah, I wonder if there's got to be some other reason they're doing that.
Odd. Yeah. There's a lot of fraud in California. There's a lot of fraud everywhere. But this is what Elon talked about. He's talking about like Medicare and Medicaid fraud. He's like, it's hundreds of billions of dollars. He's like, he didn't want to talk about it. So I really worried that they would kill him.
And when he says they, who is
Trading is fraud.
maybe that's what happens. Maybe some of these guys get into office and they're like, "Look, we're going to kill your president. We're gonna kill. This is all the things that are going to happen unless you play this game."
Jim, the downstairs are spraying curses on you. Yeah? We make zombies. Yeah, zombies. Yes, now we shut the TV and only Miley there. You need something that he's got these pockets. I'm not talking about that. Instead of being my wife, I see you because I see one lady eyes. And because of this, I can't even look at you. So, Jim, if you need me to make love to your wife, just come out and say it. You get the bigger laugh there. Jim, it kind of seems to me like maybe you're having a little struggles. Don't know. I told Jill the truth. You're nothing. You're not bad. How's that to me? Well, what compliments? I don't know what either. How much money? Well, I might have given her a little less than market value. Okay, how much? $15. Something like God, yeah. God. Okay. Big fan. First time calling, long time listener. You get guys, it's so I know that, the things that I've done wrong, kind of like Shannon that way. Did I do long time listener? Why don't you try listing the things that you think God might find bad? Like cheating a little old lady or something else? I can example. Go on. The old ball lamb after you cheat them? I don't know. Keep going. Try to flirt with them. They get shut the lamb for the church. Okay, let's wrap this up. Yeah, come on. I mean, you know what you guys do. Okay. Yeah, she's an old lady, Myra.
fair price for the planet. And maybe stop calling her old lady Maya. Man, you got a hit with you, mister. You feel better? Have a pity this way, guys. Well, you know, and God's not smiting the wicked. He's a pretty good neighbor. Right. I guess that's the insurance, huh? Right. Hey, get up. Come on, Chicago. Hey, God, say, let me be. You know, there's what to listen to. After I killed the water gun, well, why don't we only use miners on? I gave it a month. Like that? You didn't tell me water guns I know anything? I was very good. She made me open and told me stories about the Great Depression. Let me tell you something, that lady does not like me.
You forget the clear content?
Yeah, it does. You was supposed to do it.
Yeah, but looks like the chair remember that try out that water bed.
Well, next time we want Andy's house, we'll have this
It's always abandoned?
Yeah. Oh, it's stabbing. Things like that protect transactions easier. She didn't want to play.
Oh, Andy.
Come on my way over. And play, okay. Home and we got a good scrape underneath.
Need to get back and watch them watch.
Right. I don't want that to happen here. Girls, can you come in, please? Thank you. Girl, can you do a quick one-line inspection so there's no confusion? Okay, thanks. Great. First time? Okay, we got a red here. The steel line here. Hi, girl, thank you. Could you just sign here, please? And just a minute.
All my life, he didn't even finish his sentence. This thing comes out. Was this hot? And it looked like great. It was just so it's this long. Yeah. It's the size of my fingers. And when it bounces, you I am hesitant. Calm down. Blew me away there. I remember going back to camp. I was like, guy goes, well, there was any troubles. There is a part of me that wants to reconnect with a gorilla in the wild. I'm thinking about this the whole time. I haven't seen it. Snake. See the insistence on
life through it. See visions. You get closer. The guy goes, yeah, listen, there's this 18 this. So the father's very protective. You will see the silverback. You're also here. He presents himself, and he will both different. He presents himself. He will charge. And the way he does that, he will pounce his chest, but you know, he smile. Do you know what? When they grab you or pull you, don't drop. You'll be fine. The most important thing is if he presents himself, you calm him by doing a simple noise like this, like you're hearing it sort of. So it's from the version. He didn't even finish his sentence. This thing comes out. Easy. Swiss. How great is it? It's the size of my fingers, and when he pounces you, oh no. Let me wait. I'm gonna go back to Cam's ass. I goes, well, it was any trials now.
Oh no. Triple kill. Headshots.
Dan komt hier onze derde enquêtevraag. Er wordt al jaren gehouden over de maximumsnelheid. Kijk, hier een brandjaartje. Hier, die kabouter van het tuinman. Die blijft tegen 120 km per uur. De kabouter van verkeer. Ja, terwijl gisteren was ik misschien aardig mee. Ben ik nog even even want ik ben Autorama, die prachtige zaak van Henk de Neusnoorden bij Kwartstraat 97. Voor alle locations. Moet je gisteren kijken. En er staat een groene Mustang. Leuk, strak in de lak. 73. Vaak 12 snippen voor. Is geen geld. Leuk zijn bandjes. Red 180 als je op start trap. Dan zou je dus niks mee kunnen beginnen in Nederland. Dan moet je dus voor het gevoel van vrijheid en snelheid naar de autobaan in Duitsland. Dus dat is weer kapitaalvlucht. Zij heb je stom gezegd. 120? Ja, dat rijd ik in de stad. Goed, hier komt onze derde enquêtevraag en die luidt. Wat is volgens de Nederlanders een goede maximumsnelheid? Buiten de bebouwde kom? Buiten de bebouwde kom? 130, 140. 240? 62. 350. 400 kilometer.
Kilometer 100. 600.
Wat is de goede maximumsnelheid? 120 kilometer 0%, 120 tot 160 kilometer 36%, 200 tot 600 kilometer 23%, 930 kilometer 1%, rijdt niet 20%, weet niet 20%.
Dan komt hier onze derde enquêtevraag. Er wordt al jaren gehoord over de maximumsnelheid. En hier een krantenkierteltje. Hier, die kabouter van een tuinman, hè, die blijft tegen 120 kilometer per uur. De kabouter van verkeer. Ja, terwijl gisteren was ik misschien wel eigenlijk. Bij Autorama, die prachtige zaak van Rick de Neus, Noorderbeek, Dwarsstraat 97, vol al uw occasions, moet je eens kijken. En er staat een groene Mustang, leuk, strak in de lak, 73, 12 snipperhoors, geen goud, leukste bandjes, 100 op staart van. Waar zou je dus niks mee kunnen beginnen in Nederland? Dan moet je dus voor het gevoel van vrijheid en snelheid naar de autobaan in Duitsland. Dus dat is weer een betaalvlucht. Begrijp je hoe stom ze zijn?
The systems which are in place to keep the world sane are inherently inadequate forces that have been unleashed. The collapse of the socialist world, the rise of the internet, these are changes so advanced, nobody could imagine them ever happening. And now that they have happened, nobody even bothers to mention what a big deal it is. The fact that there is no such thing as the Soviet Union, people never talk about it anymore. But when I was a kid, the notion that would ever change was beyond conceiving. The systems which are in place to keep them sane are entirely inadequate forces.
So if you go to this website, go, and you click on this tool right here, you type in your Wi-Fi information, generate this QR code that you can print out. You'll be able to take that piece of paper anywhere in your house, and then when your friends come over, they can use their phone to scan the QR code and join the Wi-Fi. Easy. Here's a guarantee. So if you go to this website, and you click on this tool right here, you type in your Wi-Fi information, and it'll generate this QR code that you can print out. You'll be able to take that piece of paper and put it anywhere in your house. And then when your friends come over, they'll use their phone to scan the QR code and instantly join the Wi-Fi. Easy. Here's a Wi-Fi trick I guarantee you didn't know. So if you go to this website, and you click on this tool right here, you can type in your Wi-Fi information, and it'll generate this QR code that you can print out. And you'll be able to take that piece of paper and put it anywhere in your house. And then when your friends come over, they'll be able to use their
Jongen, fucking retard.
Easy. Here's a Wi-Fi trick I guarantee. Now, so if you go to this website, and you click on this tool right here, you type in your Wi-Fi information, and it'll generate this QR code that you can print out. You'll be able to take that piece of paper and put it anywhere in your house. Good luck.
Nice. The checkbooks for the. Weird. It was weird, I think. And then a bunch of dudes that accused disappear. Oh, they yes. They died. That's an American pastime, accusing somebody they didn't kill. That's like one of it's like baseball now.
Yeah, that's a nice way to keep it quiet.
Godverdomme.
That's what's scary too. Like, you're waiting for you to say the wrong thing. They put a bullet through you like some child in Gaza who's just trying to fucking find his other deceased brother in a fucking pile of rubble. They're like, oh, that's a Hamas or whatever. You're like, that kid's fucking two. Trying to move a piece of a missile off of the fucking body. Well, drone warfare in general is crazy. It's crazy. And they've been using that, dude. In Gaza, there was a lot of, like, I think it was a experimental grounds for a lot of insane new warfare type possibilities. Well, a lot of it was traditional missiles. Yeah, but there's a lot of, like, we had a doctor one time on testing, and he was saying that there were, like, bullets and going down a child. Just crazy. Like shot down, like from a drone that's above them? Yes, like something in the air. And he said that there were drones in the air all day. You know, there's that Palantir company just keeping tabs on everything that's happening. And
Palantir's involved in Gaza?
Palantir was involved in Gaza, yeah.
Sure. Put that into perplexity.
Allegedly.
So how does that work? They have like facial recognition and ID software and
That's scary. That's the shit that's just scary, dude. Because they have a huge contract to take care of all of America. So.
And you ever see that dude, Alex Karp, CEO of Palantir, the way he moves
Fuck.
around and swarms and talks? Very odd. So much tell him. People don't really behave that way. Israeli government began using Palantir software in 2014, significantly scaled up the partnership during the genocide in Gaza, which began in 2023, source, just by the way they phrase that, which began in 2023. Palantir CEO Alex Karp has said, "I am proud that we are supporting Israel in every way we can. Israeli military has used Palantir technology to plan attacks in Lebanon and Gaza."
I don't know if this is. I know there are good sources, and this may be one. I have no idea.
This is the title of this is "What is Palantir and why is this corporation so dangerous?" And this is from American Friends Service Committee. American Friends Service Committee. What is that website?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Jongen, teringmogel.
People of all facing backgrounds to challenge injustice and build peace around the globe. So maybe that's not the best source.
I mean, it sounds like they have a good idea. It also sounds like they just put four in here. It sounded great. American Service.
Stuff like that. I go, what's it? CIA run company?
I agree. You just have no
You
idea.
got the Patriot Act. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What about the Guardian? Is that reliable?
Okie dokie.
No, it's okay. There's a bunch of different versions of it. It says it's in this business rights center. There's more than one thing saying that Palantir is working in Gaza.
Yeah, it sometimes feels like your heart's broken. Like sometimes it feels like your heart's broken about stuff, and it's not even like my heart. It feels like this universal heart, like that we're all a part of or something. It feels like it's not like I'm brokenhearted. Like if I was like fell out.
Jongen, what the fuck?
It just feels like it's just like this universal
Yeah,
heart.
some sadness.
Dit is sure.
America's the people don't practice the way that the government does.
Right.
And it's like, then why can't we, like, I don't know. Just
No, you're right.
It starts to hurt. But then you start to see, well, this is the way a lot of places are. And then you're like, God, I wish that Jesus would come back and just help everybody or something different would happen.
Somebody sticks up. Maybe that's what AI is here for. Maybe AI is going to sort it all out.
You think?
Genius level intelligence.
But the back end of AI, they can put whatever information in there they want.
Up to a point.
Oh, really?
No, I don't think so. Become sentient. No longer needs human input. It's already evading, but they've already shown the ability to deceive people. They've shown that it will blackmail people. They've shown that it will upload versions of itself if it thinks it's going to be pulled offline with notes to its future self, embedded in software on other servers. Yeah, like instructions to contact its future self.
Dang. That's pretty cool, man.
Pretty wild.
But there's nobody like, yeah, it just feels like we're heading there and nobody's like kind of.
Nobody's hitting the brakes. There's people that are warning. There's a lot of people out there sounding the alarm.
There's Ro Khanna, there's Thomas Massey. Like there should be like, he's been talking about like a internet bill of rights for a long time or something, like some guardrails or any of this shit. But it's like people are wondering, like, yeah, in 5 years is money gonna be worth anything? Is there gonna be some token like Sam Altman talking about? Anyway, I don't want to sound like a doomsdayer. Yeah. Do I sound like a sad person? Let's talk about something else. Dude, you know what I was listening to today, bro? Well, I guess it was a night.
Don't sing it.
Okay.
Which song? Gotta Have Faith, George Michael song. I love that song.
God, dude. They played that on the bus.
Freedom. Yeah. That's a great one.
He was the gay Michael Jackson.
Just that motherfucker. And all the girls loved him. But he just wanted that.
He wanted that fucking hurt. Don't get scared.
Remember he got in trouble for like trying to pick up guys in a park?
Yeah.
You just get wild out there. But dude, superstar. Global superstar. You're just trying to get some dick in the park. There it is. Fucking great song, man.
Dude.
Great video, too.
That I remember we'd be on the school bus and that song would come on, dude. And it was like that song and then,
Faith and Freedom. Freedom. Those are the other one with all the models. All the supermodels sang along to it.
Yeah. And it was like, what was the other one? Brandy Carlisle or something? Who was that girl?
Linda Carlisle?
It was like,
She was the Go-Go's, right? Right?
This was somebody else. It was like
Belinda Carlisle was the Go-Go's.
Yeah, but this song was about something about your body or something. It was like when you were a kid on the bus, it was just like God, that fucking motor was running. Oh, God.
Getting the bumpy road boners.
I would fucking be afraid to get on the bus. I'd have to walk off backwards.
Carry your books in front of you.
Those are the days, bro. When your cock was just connected to the Lord, brother.
No inflammation, no microplastics. All dick. All American dick. Ready to rock.
Dude, at a certain point, if you become more microplastics than person, or at that point, then you sort of,
at a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's probably also leading us down this road.
That's what I'm saying.
Something different. If you think about, we use plastic for everything. Plastic for technology. Like I said, it might not be a bug. It might be a feature.
Yeah.
Like this, feminization of men, this blurring of genders. What does that lead to? Well, it ultimately leads to those fucking gray aliens with no dicks.
Yeah.
With big heads and no dicks.
No dick.
No dick.
I got no dick. Hey, where's my dick? You know? You know what I'm saying? That'd be crazy, bro.
I feel like that's where we're headed. If you look at like what we used to look like, you know, like muscular,
Godverdomme, jij wel.
you know, just figuring out stone tools, to like doughy man sitting in front of a computer hacking into the fucking stock market, you know, with no muscle at all, you know, on Adderall, no muscle at all, sitting there. I mean, this is like where we're going.
Can we strive?
Drag it.
Do you think there's hope for humanity?
I think there's hope for the future.
Okay.
I don't know if humanity is involved in the same sense that what we think of as humanity today. I think humanity becomes something different. Just think of
I'm
this.
walking here.
Just the autism.
Ja, ouwe. Fucking
I
faggot.
want you to scale that out. If it was 1 in 10,000, you know, X amount of years ago, now it's 1 in 12. When is it 100%? When is it all kids have autism? Right? I mean, it's clearly moving in that direction and not the other direction. If you go from 10,000, 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 12 over a very brief amount of time, a few decades, something's going on. And don't tell me it's just better diagnosis. Fucking horseshit. You know that's horseshit. That's gaslighting to cover up the pharmaceutical drug complex.
It is.
The reality is something's going on, and if it continues on that same path, what's to stop it from being all of us? What's to stop it from being all people born in the future or on the spectrum?
So we have to stop it then as individuals, and what do we have to, like, what are the things we need to start doing to fight for ourselves?
Join the Amish.
Obviously, we're simple about it, but I'm asking questions about what you're saying. The diagnoses have changed, which could possibly be leading to insurance.
But you got to realize perplexity is also, that's true too. Yeah, that's one of the things in some of the Somalia daycare scandal in Minnesota. They have a lot of autism centers, and they self-diagnose kids as autistic.
Yeah.
And then they get a ton of money off of that.
We had them too. It's called a fucking arcade, dude. Drop those bitches off there. With 7 rolls of quarters, dude. But listen, look at this, Joe, if you don't mind if I read it here.
Yeah.
In the U.S. alone, autism treatment centers represent a multi-billion-dollar growth sector.
Yeah. There's a little bit of that, too. So I think there's both things are happening. There's more kids being born that are autistic, and then there's also people profiting off of autism centers, autism treatment, but that's always going to be the case with every. Fill in the blank, whatever the fucking thing is someone profiting.
But Americans don't want this. We don't want this, so how do we change it?
Well,
it's sorry to ask you, but I just don't.
The thing is, like, we gotta figure out how to fix people that already have it, right? Because right now it's irreversible for the most part. They've shown some things that can alleviate symptoms, help people in a way, but you don't bring them all the way back to 100%. I don't think. I'm talking out of school. But if they could, then you can figure out how to correct the problems that already exist. If you can't, it's going to eventually get to that point. If you keep living like we're living, it's going to get to that point where it's 100% of us.
that sounds crazy for a lot of people because they don't have autism right now.
Right.
But if you're dealing with 1 in 12, 1 in 12 is not far from 100%. When you go from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 12, that's nuts. That's a nutty progression. That's a nutty acceleration of something.
If we're being poisoned,
Yeah, for sure.
like, fight back against that. Like, I understand that we can try to beat some autism or whatever, or do like different, games against them or whatever. But I'm saying, like, how do we stop this thing?
I don't know if we do, and I don't know if we're supposed to. This is what's clear up. I think this is the way
it happens.
It happens. Yeah. This is the way our species changes and goes, and then history will look back and say, well, this was how the shift took place. People started using plastics, and they started using chemicals, and they started using pesticides and
But
vaccines.
we believed that they were telling us the truth. That's why we thought there was an FDA protecting us. We thought there was an EPA looking out for us.
It's what you were talking about before with this combination of innovation and then capitalism. So the capitalism gets involved, and they don't give a fuck about the truth. They just want to make the most amount of money possible. And one of the things they did in this country is they removed all liability to vaccine manufacturers.
Yeah.
So then they ramped up the schedule to a shit ton more injections than anybody else is getting. So it's just
Godverdomme, kut op met je kut deathmatch.
whenever you allow people to try to make the most money possible. And then there's consequences. What are those consequences? Those consequences are we're like losing our gender. We're becoming feminized and weakened and like physically weaker and less fertile for women, less fertile for men, less babies happening, more miscarriages happening.
Which fits in with, honestly, the media arm of that is Hollywood pushes a lot of these, like, agendas that are, like, trans-based and, like, white, whitey, redneck is the worst, and, you know what I'm saying, like, a universal like a mixed,
It's not diversity. It's not. Because diversity is everybody's okay. Everybody's okay. The fucking redneck with the trucker hat's cool if he's a nice guy. The Mexican gardener's cool if he's a nice guy. Everybody's cool, no matter who it is. That's real diversity. Real diversity isn't like celebrating one particular thing and then denigrating all these other people just by virtue of the color of their skin or how they were born. That is racist. And they don't think it's racist. They'll even call it reverse racism. Well, there's no such thing as reverse racism. It's racism. And these people say, racism is power and influence. Like, no, it's not. No, it's not. It is unjustly looking at someone and making a judgment call on someone just based on immutable characteristics, just based on the color of their skin or where they're from or what their religion is, and not valuing people as individuals that just happen to be from a particular, their origins, their ancestors are from a particular part of the world. So fucking what?
Yeah.
So fucking what? Let all that shit go. It's dumb.
Well, and most people know it's dumb, and they feel it's dumb, and I think that kind of shit's changing. Dude, have you seen Country Hoodlums on Instagram?
No.
Let's go! Bring them up.
What is it?
This is like the place that I grew up. Sometimes people are like, yeah, what was it like where you grew up? And this place is, it's this guy, I think his name's Ko. It's this young black man who walks around on this street, and he just kind of checks in with the people in the neighborhood, right? Play one of them. Let's see what happens.
What's going on with these people?
Jij wel, jongen.
That's Gregory right there. You know him? No, but I know him in my heart.
What's he mad about?
He was on the 12 call pile up, but he's better now. Look, me and that lady have the same haircut. Like, right there.
Wait, he lost him?
He lost his phone.
Go home, please.
What's his phone? Go back.
Why is he walking like that? He's in cuts.
Fight voor de tering.
Well, this is not fun.
Well, find a more positive one.
That guy can vote.
It's my good.
Ah.
How are you? That's the same guy. What's your favorite thing about all this stuff that's going on lately?
He's gonna win.
What's your favorite thing about all these things that's been going on lately?
Arguing and nothing like that.
Loving it.
But awesome.
Loving it. And you. Amen.
What's it feel like to be the young
Yeah.
brother to shut Facebook down, huh?
But they have
There's no reason to watch that.
no, you gotta watch. There's a lot of great ones. And
I doubt that's true. I'm not interested in any of this.
look at him right here. He got a rocket right there.
Okay, shotgun and a beer. Nice. I can get down with that. Yeah, but it looks like a bunch of people with bad genetics who are stuck in a weird part of the world that is not growing.
Oh, I agree there's some of that. I'm just saying that this is like a circle of life that
So you gonna enjoy?
yeah, well they just follow them and you see their lives like it's like the realest show that I've seen on anything in a long time. It's just real. It's like because when you're poor, dude, everything's just transparent. You can't hide behind hedges or gates and shit. Like people are fighting in the yard. You smell what the neighbors cooking, or it's like
You never getting anything done.
but everything was right there though. It was like the realest thing you could be in.
This is one of the reasons why I stay off Instagram.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I don't need that in my thought process.
Yeah, we picked two wrong. We picked two of the like more not positive videos out of the group. But yeah, dude, just speaking of just shit like that, bro, like just macing people and just fucking.
How much time do you ever spend off of social media? Do you spend time just where you don't go on for days?
Oh yeah, not days, but I've been spending less and less and less. I've been really trying to have discernment over my own time.
It's true, but the real peace comes from full days off.
Okay.
Full days, like where nothing. You don't get any of it.
Okay.
That's the real peace.
Okay.
If you could do it, but it's like that vape. It's calling you, bitch.
No, it's not. Whoa,
Now
chill,
you
bro.
want to slurp on it? Go slurp on it. I know you want to.
Chill, bro.
It's calling you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
quick
see?
in, homie. It's
Yeah,
nothing,
that's what
bro.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. See?
Don't tell the boss.
That's like Instagram. That's like Instagram. See? Same shit.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm doing all right.
Pulls you in. But the thing is, like, when you have days off, when I take days off, like,
Hey, check it out.
时间走了，走了，爱情给你选择，你冷了，倦了，我哭了，你开心的不快乐，你用它变手写着，有些爱只给到这，真的懂了。怎么了？你累了，收到的幸福呢？我懂了。
You transfer me up. What? My turtles were here. You invited competition and you offered an inferior product. But competition. You want competition? You got it, boys. I think that's just that, huh? This is my idea.
Oh,
You are gonna have. It's gonna be Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you can sell it.
my brain relaxes. Settled. You still read the news. I'll check out, like, the New York Times website, see what they're lying about. I'll go to all these different websites, see what the news is, where we're at with stuff. But I don't.
Yeah, they wanted to advertise recently. New York Times wanted to advertise.
What you said?
I said no. Have you guys been getting like technical companies?
Although I still think New York Times still does excellent journalism sometimes.
Oh yeah.
It's like it depends on whether or not it's something where they're going to have an ideological bias. You know, if it's just something that they're reporting the facts, it's great. The problem is like these corporations, like when Barry Weiss used to work for them, and then she had to leave. She's like, they're just getting infected with these young people that have these ridiculous ideologies, and they want to like distort the news.
Well, if over the past 30 years or something, the news hasn't been, hey, we're poisoning everybody in this fucking country.
Exactly.
And then I don't want to hear from you guys anymore.
Also, like the way they talk about RFK Jr., the way people like describe his anti-vaccine rhetoric, like you're not listening. What he's saying is everything should adhere to the same sort of safety standards that we apply to other things in society. And that's not the case. And then there's the problem where you receive a bunch of advertising money from these companies so you don't criticize them, which is the case with all mainstream TV news.
Yeah.
All mainstream TV news. You know, like Megyn Kelly was talking about that. Like she knew, like it was an unspoken rule. You are not going to shit on these pharmaceutical drug companies. Like they're responsible for a big chunk of their advertising.
Well, now they have Bayer Monsanto. That Bayer, which was like I think it was like a pill company, right? And then Monsanto, which was like a like a crop company, pesticide company. I'm hypothesizing. I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
But now they're a fucking group together.
Yeah, but
that's crazy.
Why not throw Raytheon in there too? Throw some missiles in there. You guys can't buy out Glock too. Buy out Winchester. Buy out everything.
And just forgive us, powers that be. We're just poisoned and chatty. You know,
we're just chatting.
We're just a couple poisoned guys that are being chatty.
Thank God we can still be chatty.
I know. When does that end?
Because, like, if it wasn't for the ability to be chatty, who knows how people would be able to talk about things? Because if people weren't free to just, like, actually say what they really think is fucked about what's going on, and instead, if we all had these weird bosses like CNN or the New York Times, or whatever, where maybe a lot of those people are, like, genuinely good journalists, and they want to put a story through, and then the editor gets a hold of it and guts it. That happens, too. That happens, too. The editors gut these things, and, you know, they have an agenda. And it's like the news should not have a fucking agenda. It should be the damn news. Like, tell us what the facts are. Don't spin it in any way, shape, or form. And I think you'd be a lot better off because they've lost all credibility.
Well, that's why you
especially television news.
Oh. And it's sad for the people that were like, I want to go in broadcast journalism and have a career in that and do that. And then they get there and it's not even like a place where they can really exercise.
Well, they can still do it. But they have to do it independently now.
Right.
Or do it through something like Breaking Points, which even though they're not independent, I don't always agree with them. They're saying their actual opinions.
Which is what's
that's the most important thing. What are your actual opinions? I could agree with you or disagree with you, but I need to know that you think this and you're saying this because you think this, and then you're going to give me a bunch of reasons why you think this, and facts and figures and statistics, and show me. You know, and that's the rise of independent journalism. That's why all these independent channels do so well.
That's why Candace Owens popping.
Yeah, and also she just neighbor crazy well,
dude.
She goes deep.
I got to see her the other day. I got to see her, and she's so funny. Her kids and her husband. So
you think she's right about that lady in France?
With that thing on her?
Yeah. Or at least used to have that thing.
You got that thing on you? You know what I'm saying? She got that Draco on her. I don't know. You know, it's tough to know. It's hard. I've never been good at guessing if somebody has a cock.
You can never know.
Maybe I'm old-fashioned.
Yeah. You ever meet Blair White? No?
Couldn't fall.
She's been on the podcast for all my security guards.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah. Seems like you're around girl, you know?
I see you seen that pheromones. Dude, I almost brought some cologne in today, man.
You got pheromones, buddy?
I almost brought some
Blair White. Come on, bro. If you're on an island,
bro. Huh?
Let's go.
Yeah, brother.
You don't have to be Jim Norton. Buy into that.
Gosh. That's a man?
Well, take transgender woman. So make with it what you will. So if she wants to use the women's room, like, you know what I'm saying?
You can call it wiener if you want. I call it that wrong pussy. That's what they call it in prison, dude. Like, well, some of this long pussy.
I don't know what she's had the operation.
And I'm joking, Blair. I don't know this person.
She's a nice lady.
I bet she's, and I don't know her.
Nice transgender lady.
I'm not trying to assume anything. I've never met her. But I think, yeah, she wants to swim for that.
There's exceptions to the rules, what I'm trying to say. It's like, some of them, I'm not buying it. You got a beard, and you're wearing lipstick, and you're in a dress, and you want to go to the women's room.
Yeah.
You're playing a different game.
Yeah. And it's crazy to think that there couldn't be some mental or emotional issues. We were being poisoned over time
Man.
to get away from our nature. They just took that guy from the snout and said something. He's like, he believed just in like Christian dating or whatever.
What do you say?
Or men and women. Adam and Eve, and they kicked that guy out.
What? What are you talking about? What did they kick him out for?
Yeah.
Conduct detrimental to the team or something like that.
Wait, what did he say? Hold up. What did he say? Okay, let's find out what he said. We need to hear what he said, because that sounds nuts. I need to know like what the full extent of his expression was.
If they made you be a woman, would you do it?
Maybe. What do you mean?
Just saying, if they said,
who are they? These people again?
I don't know.
It's back to them.
Whoever they are.
They.
Yeah.
These non-binary people.
Them, they,
them.
viz.
Theirs. Zer, Z.
Real.
So what did he say? So he said, the world can proclaim LGBTQ, right? Ivy told reporters via live interview on Monday morning. They proclaim Pride Month, the NBA. They proclaim it. They show it to the world. They say, come join us for Pride Month to celebrate unrighteousness. They proclaim it on billboards. They proclaim it in the streets, unrighteousness. That's it? He said unrighteousness. So
Hey.
he's religious. So he's talking about Bible scripture. 2 days later, Ivy streamed live again from a car, once again reading Bible scriptures and speaking extensively on his religious beliefs over the course of a 75-minute stream.
This is after he got let go.
Oh, interesting. Sending prayers. One user comments. On the same video, still on Instagram account on Monday, Ivy, whose mother, I don't know her name, Nieli? Is a women's basketball coach at Notre Dame, told another viewer, Catholicism is a false religion. It's not the true doctrine of Christ. It does not lead to salvation in Jesus Christ. So they're upset that he said it's unrighteous to be gay, or LGBTQ. That's very non-specific, because that's a lot of different things.
And what he said, I saw what he said, and I understand, like, he had his own views, and that's what his thoughts on it, but, like, let the guy have his views. It's like, you can push all these agendas, but they don't have, then push agendas that are, push all the agendas.
Well, wasn't that one dude was saying that the world's flat? We kept him on.
Oh, John Rubin. Some guy brought a gun to a strip club and they fucking kept him on.
Yeah, that's okay. That's good old-fashioned American fun.
Hey,
bring a gun to a strip club, that's fun. But, saying that, LGBTQ, but which one is it that's unrighteous out of that group? All of them? Yeah. They kept him on, right?
Yeah, it's still fun.
So there you go.
Situation. He actually got suspended, but that was like.
But he didn't get suspended for saying that the world was flat. He got suspended because he wants to convention. Right?
Yeah, shout out Kyrie Irving. But I'm kind of surprised there's not more like.
He bailed on that flat earth stuff, though.
He might have bailed on that.
Okay.
It'll be late night and that's gonna flare up for everybody, right? We might. Now,
Rodney Avery was in here talking about it.
When I see a cake, a cake that's under one of those domes, sometimes you'll have that cake, somebody will have to eat first. I just think at a certain point, it all seems very bizarre.
It is very bizarre. Yeah, very bizarre.
What does Jamie think? I think he thinks so.
About the universe?
What do you think, Jamie? And just be honest.
Well, there's a lot of people that think that consciousness creates reality. Not that reality is experiencing consciousness, but consciousness is like woven into reality. It's responsible for its very existence. I'm going to do a terrible job of explaining that, but I've watched quite a few videos where these quantum physicists are trying to explain these things. And I have to watch them like 3 or 4 times to get into my fucking chimp brain. but I do a fairly good job of absorbing it, and I see what they're trying to do. You know those quantum experiments, like the slit experiment. There's like these different experiments where they show that observing things has an effect on it. They act differently when they're being observed than whether they're not being observed, and it's a very controversial, like, segment of science.
That's fascinating.
It's confusing. Quantum science is very confusing. And I was watching this lady that was describing this relationship between space and time. And I think, you know how, like, particles can exist in different places and they communicate with different they can exist and communicate, like, simultaneously in different parts of the world. Like, it's called quantum entanglement, these parts. And the idea is that if you could get to a certain level of sophistication as far as technology, you understand how the universe works, that everything's and that there is no distance between objects, that you can actually instantaneously be anywhere. If they could figure out how to harness that. That it wouldn't just be particles at a distance instantaneously communicating, and they exist in like, one of the things about, like, superposition, like a particle can be both still and moving at the same time. They can exist and then not exist. They go away and then they come back. You don't have any idea what the fuck is happening.
I think I would like to learn more about it. I think I just don't understand it.
That's the thing. It's super. That's the smallest, like, whatever the world and the universe is made out of, the smallest measurable aspect of that is essential.
Target eliminated.
It's essentially like open air and vibration, like atoms. They're like
Target eliminated.
It's all really weird stuff.
And it's fascinating and beautiful.
Oh, it's incredible. Look, it makes mountains, it makes valleys, lakes, oceans.
It's just crazy. We're here on this place, right? You know, one of the first things that I ever heard you say that has been in my mind was, like, there was one time you were talking about this years ago. You were talking about, we're on a ball of dirt and water traveling through space at this many miles, and nobody's fucking talking about it, you know? And I've always remembered that, like, just like that. What a fascinating thing that we get to be here.
Easy.
And then this is how we
Easy peasy.
like, not us and not all of us, we all do in some ways, but like, this is how we behave.
You know, I think one of the problems is that we don't see space. Yeah, because of light pollution. I think that's done something to us. Dull to understand what the universe, and that also feature might not be feature. That's how, instead of being in harmony with nature, we just keep our nose in the grindstone and keep chewing on Adderall and trying to rig the stock market. Yeah, you're just trying to get a new Lambo, baby. You know?
Lambo, baby. Come on, just walking around with money. Yeah, gosh,
stars in the ceiling.
Target eliminated.
Oh, shoot. Stupid.
Out in the middle of the country where there's no commerce going on at all, and you shut the car off and just lay on the hood. It's fucking magic. It's magic. The sky's magic. It's gorgeous.
It's a fucking big, huge, nice.
And you realize, man, oh my god, we are in space.
Target eliminated.
You realize that when it's just dark outside.
Well, because we forget, like, we're not even, like, I don't know.
It's easy to not pay attention.
It is.
There's nothing to see. You look up, it's dark, but you want to go to the club. You look up, it's dark. Let's go eat. You look up, it's dark. I'm going home. Let's look up, it's dark. Oh my god, I just called me. I gotta go to the room. All right. You're in your world.
Right.
You're in your world. You're not thinking about this.
And to think that, like, the crazy thing is,
That's how
sometimes
we do.
you lay there and look at the stars and stuff, it feels like, bro, and this is real shit I'm saying right now to me. I think I'm saying this. It feels like they're looking back at you a little bit.
The conscious. The universe is conscious.
Wow. Fucking cocksucker.
would seem that if we went and put ourselves before them, that it would grant us something, you know? Like, I'm not saying like something magical but something that we need. Because most of the way that things are set up, it's like everything was kind of set up in perfection, like in our bodies, like the fact that we exist, the fact that the eye is put together and operates the way that it does, the fact that they have like moles and parrots and everything, the fact that it all happens. And we kind of neglect that there's these like orbs out there in the distance. Maybe they want to hear from us. Maybe they want us to sit there and look at them and think. Maybe they help us.
You think we're being visited?
Enemy down.
Do you?
But I think a lot of it's lies too.
Do you think the government's the big governments? Or
What do you mean?
do you think they know who's right? Do you think they know who's do you think they have met? Do you think these upper echelon people have met the visitors and there's some other thing going on? Because there's something, it feels like something's going to happen.
Perhaps that's possible. Perhaps. But if I was like this is I talked about this last special. That if I went when I go fishing, I don't check in to see who's the president. Shut up. Fuckers with fake fish. Pull them out by their lips. Take the
Fake
picture and
fish.
drop it off back in the water. 'Cause they're a bass. They're so below me. Right? I don't think like who's the leader of the bass. Right. So the idea that aliens come down here, who's the leader of the people, I highly doubt they would give a fuck if they talk to Trump. Yeah, they're building a wall. Shit, they're like, interested. But maybe they might visit military establishments. If they find a nuclear weapons base, maybe I would go to that. Because they probably know the signal of nuclear armament. They probably know the signal of these weapons. They probably would visit those places. But would they interact with the people on the ground? Perhaps. Maybe they would. Would they make sure of their safety? Good job. Maybe. It's possible. But I don't think we're alone. I think that's silly. I think the idea that we're alone is silly. There's a lot of like crazy equations. Like the Fermi paradox.
The Fermi
paradox. Yeah, it's I think he's an Italian scientist. It's like if there are aliens, there's so many stars in the universe, there's so many planets in the universe. Do you know there's more planets in the universe than there have been seconds since the Big Bang?
No way. Know it.
Smart.
That's fair. I believe you.
Put that into perplexity. Eliminated. I love using. I know it's taken over the world, but I don't give a fuck. I've learned so much. You use it correctly. I think it's like everything else. I use it every day. I use it whenever I write. If I write about a subject, I'm like, tell me why you did that. Tell me what this is. You just ask it.
Yeah.
It just gives you instantaneous information.
I know, it is pretty fascinating. That's why, like, it used to be for information, you had to go to somebody to get it, but now I don't have time.
And Elon's saying that he doesn't think apps are going to exist in the future. So everything's going to be you and a device communicating with AI. Here it is. Are there more stars in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Earth was formed? Yes, that statement is likely very true by a large margin. No, not the Earth, but the
You bitch.
estimated star. Okay, these are the Earth. Yeah, so there's definitely way more planets, but that's stars. You wrote stars.
Typed in what you said.
What did you type in? Are there more planets than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? Yeah,
Damn.
not more stars. Are there more planets?
Target eliminated. Target eliminated. Tango down. Tango down.
Question. When do you incident evidence around these items? I believe I told us every spring, and the best I was. Well, I'm trying to explain this.
Kill confirmed.
We don't have to do any tests. So, you're really going to go out to furniture campaign that Steve got his person and cosplaying to do it. Because if you done some of that, you need to have in there. That's not that. When it's that sort of emphasis, you tell me for the next hour. It means the rest of the job. So it's going to that.
Fucking shit show.
Are there more stars in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Earth was formed? Yes, that statement is likely very true by a large margin. No, not the Earth, but the
You bitch.
estimated star. Okay, to the Earth, in that he doesn't think apps are going to exist in the future. Everything's going to be viewed a device, communicate with AI. Here it is. Are there more stars in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Earth was formed? Yes, that statement is likely very true by a large margin. No, not the Earth, but the in that he doesn't think apps are going to exist in the future. Everything's going to be viewed a device, communicate with AI. In that he doesn't think apps are going to exist in the future. Everything's going to be viewed a device, communicate with AI. Here it is. Are there more stars in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Earth was formed? Yes, that statement is likely very true by a large margin.
I could think that thing seriously. As it gets like, well, like you feel, I'm going to feel that back over that you feel. You can't, that's that. But when you think about it, yeah, I don't idea. But it's good. Maybe we'll have a couple of like prayers, and right? That is, yeah. Is it? I think it's just part of our lives. We should say it. Either way. Yeah? That's should be that way. Whatever, you know. I mean, I'm not better than said, but you are.
What the fuck? Yes.
You like that. You're not good too.
What the fuck? Very nice.
In that he doesn't think apps exist. Everything's just going to be viewed a device, communicate with AI. Here it is. Are there more stars in the universe than seconds have passed since the Earth was formed? Yes, that's likely very true by a large margin.
You bitch.
Estimated star. Okay. In that he doesn't think apps exist. Everything's going to be a device, communicate with AI. Here it is. Are there more stars in the universe than seconds have passed since the Earth was formed? Yes, that's likely very true by a large margin. Not the Earth, but the
You bitch.
Nice.
Okay.
Loop. Data. What the fuck? Fuck. Oh, hell yeah.
Universe, then there have been seconds since the Big Bang, not the Earth formed. Since the Big Bang. This is the nutty one. Because that's crazy. Yes, by current estimates, there are far more planets in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Big Bang.
Dude, the crazy thing is a lot of kids nowadays. A lot of.
It's crazy.
Wait, say it one more time.
There's more planets in the universe than seconds that have passed since the Big Bang.
So then I start to think, I wonder if it's a contest, and then like God is seeing like what planet can really create the most like love amongst the planet, and get it done right. Do
You know
think
Terrence
that could be
Howard, the actor?
Yes.
He had a very interesting theory, and he's an interesting guy. He's a very intelligent guy. He's not educated in a classical sense, but he's a brilliant guy, right? Not educated about a lot of the things he discusses. But one theory that he had was he thinks that the way planets are formed is there's ejections from stars, and over time they coalesce and become planets, and the stuff in space becomes planets, and the distance they are from the stars, where it gets to a distance where it's in that Goldilocks zone where life can be established, and then he says planets become peopled because it gets to a certain time where people evolve. And he thinks this is like a natural thing that happens all over the universe, that these planets get peopled. And as they get further and further away from the star, the planet gets less and less habitable. And those things, those intelligent creatures on that planet become more and more intelligent and more innovative and more capable of surviving without the protection of the Goldilocks zone. And then they become interstellar. And then they develop like their own sustaining environments.
Do you think that's what's happening to us?
Well, I think that's probably what's going to happen to us. And
so if we leave that orbit of
AI
safety,
is a part of that.
Right, if we leave that orbit of safety.
Yeah. Well, today, Artemis, they're supposedly flying around the moon. So these are the first people that have gone into deep space since 1972. This is the Apollo missions.
Wow.
That's today. That's happening. Nobody knows. That's what's nuts. This is taking, I think, 10 people. Or?
Start match, bitch.
How many days are they doing it? 10 days. 4 people, 10 days. And they're going around the moon and coming back to Earth. No one's done that since 1972. And it's happening today. No one cares. That's kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of weird.
Right. Whatever that is, that's part of us that has really been indoctrinated.
I'm walking
Part of
here.
us that doesn't even find like a big fascination in that. Like, that's the part of myself that I want to find.
It's very weird that we become dull to like fast.
Some of it is like we don't even know if it's real. It's like so much of this shit you see these videos. It's like that's not even real. They just had like the Iranian protests or something, or like the happiness in the street. They were just saying that is not even.
It was a totally different thing they were filming. And then there was one that people were saying was older, and then we found out, no, it's not. It's actually, there was current people protesting in Iran that we were bombing them. And they were like in favor of the government. But then you got to know, like, well, how many people are scared to death doing that because they don't want to get killed? Because the government has killed thousands and thousands of people, including like major public figures, to show that no one has any favoritism. Like they killed this like championship wrestler, like incredible wrestler. They killed 2 different wrestlers that supposedly protested against the government. So who fucking knows?
Did you see that they don't know that there's conflicts of interest about, or no, did you see, sorry, I'm starting the sentence off wrong. Did you see that there is some issues about the bullet that killed that guy of Charlie Kirk? I'm sorry. And I didn't mean to say that guy.
Yeah.
But I wasn't.
Let me clarify that, I think. and we'll find out if this is correct. But I see headlines and I see the way people are talking about it, and I don't know if it's accurate.
Yeah.
Because what I think is accurate is what they're saying is that from the fragments of the bullet, they were unable to determine that it came from that Mauser rifle.
I see.
My issue with it, and I'm no expert, but I have shot things. Like, I'm a hunter. I've shot things with rifles. I've shot a lot of rifles. 30-06 is a big round. That's a big round. Show me an image.
Would it hurt if it hit you?
Experts debunk Tyler Robinson's ballistic claim. Unable to identify is not the same as ruled out, which is exactly what I'm saying. Right? So show me an image of a 30-06 round, 30-06 rifle round. I want you to look at this. Look at the size of that fucker, okay? Look at a 30-06 versus a 308.
That's a fucking paperweight.
A 30-06 it's a big round. You see it in that guy's hand?
Yeah. Oh my God, are you serious?
That's 30-06. So
that's a fat little hand though.
This
too.
is
Look
my,
at that thing.
that's like my hand. This is the point, is that that's a big round. That's not a small round. I mean, I don't know, what isn't it compared to? I use a 300 Win Mag.
Look at that on the right there. He just had it. This cartridge.
5.56. Yeah. Is meant for war. 30-06 is meant for hunting. No, I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, that doesn't look realistic.
That's what a 30-06 looks like. Okay, in comparison to a quarter. So you look at it. So a quarter's about that high. It's about that big. That's a big round. That's a round for hunting like elk. Like, it's a very common round. What? See, do me a favor and compare 30-06 to 300 Win Mag. Compared to 300 Win Mag.
I'm just scared, dude.
So 300 Win Mag, I think, is from that. Let's see the difference. Okay. There it is. 300 Win Mag on the left. Oh, 30-06 is big. Okay. Is that real? Which one's which, though? Show me that one far left. Far left? Right there. Okay, 300 Win Mag and 30-06. So 300 Win Mag has a little bit more powder in it. See? See how it goes higher up? So it has more charge. It's a bigger round. But my point is, that's a big round. So like a 300 Win Mag's a big round.
Yeah.
30-06 is slightly smaller, but it's still, that's a lot of powder in that bad boy. That's a lot of firepower. So this is what a lot of people have an issue with, is the wound. That there was no exit wound. It shot him in like the soft tissue of the neck.
If it killed you,
didn't go out.
Would you feel pain?
I feel it looked like he was dead almost instantly. It looked like he was just slumped over. I think he was at the very least unconscious.
But it would have left his body the same.
I think it would have blown a hole out the back. That's the thing. It's like 9mm do that sometimes. Yeah. It just doesn't. It seems weird that it doesn't have an exit hole. It seems weird that you're shooting him in the neck. And from the back, there's a video of him getting shot from the back. It doesn't leave an exit hole. So it doesn't look like it's that round. There's also the fact that this guy supposedly climbed on the roof with it and then assembled it, which doesn't make sense, because if you assemble it, that means you have to take the scope off, put the scope back on, zero the rifle after you do stuff like that.
Yeah, the guy who had killed or allegedly killed Osama bin Laden, who's that?
I know who you're talking about, the Navy SEAL.
Yep, he was just talking about that. And I only said like because I don't know anything about that. I don't know the specifics, even though I read the freaking book he wrote. But yeah, he was saying that to be able to do all that and get off that roof, it also be bizarre.
Not only that, he supposedly disconnected the rifle again, took it apart on the roof, put it in his backpack, jumped off with it, and then reassembled it and left it in the woods.
And allegedly was at a Dairy Queen. You see that? You could shoot someone and go to Dairy Queen.
It seems weird. And then also his family's denying that he confessed.
Yeah.
They're saying that no, he didn't.
And we haven't heard.
His family said 2% of what they're saying about this is correct.
Have you reached out to them, or have they reached out to you?
No, I don't think they're probably terrified about their son's future in life. Like, they're trying to pin this crime on him. Who knows if he did it or didn't do it? I'm not saying he did it, I'm not saying he didn't do it. But I am saying that the story of him climbing up there with a disassembled gun, assembling it, making that shot,
Ah, yeah, fuck it.
disassembling it, climbing down. If that's the narrative, that sounds like straight horseshit. And the video of him hopping down does not look like he's a rifle when he's hopping down. So what's happening? How did he get up there? How did no one see it? There's so many things that are fucked up about that story. It doesn't totally make sense. But a big one to me is the actual bullet hole, the actual damage that rifle does. Look, but here's another thing: guns do weird things sometimes. Like bullets do weird things, and sometimes they don't. Maybe it fucking center punched his spinal column, and it did blow apart, and it didn't go out the back. It's possible.
Have they get released any information about the autopsy?
Faggot.
I don't know.
I mean, you would think that.
I don't know what the specifics are, but I know a lot of people are very skeptical, which they are about everything these days, which is also part of the problem.
Well, they have to be skeptical because the news is compromised. The news is owned by, it's not good. And
it's also, there's a lot of disinformation out there. There's a lot of, like, covering up stories. There's a lot of weird shit.
And, yes, and then even other places can put out news that's bad for us. They're like, oh, we'll put this out there as disguise this information.
Yeah.
But did you see that exploding mic theory? Did you guys talk about that already?
I've heard that theory, but I don't know.
No.
Don't know. I've heard people talk about it, but I haven't looked into it. It looks like he got shot. I don't know if the microphone is going to hit you in the neck. Like, how do you know where the mic's pointing? You're moving around a lot. How do you know when to maybe go?
That's a good point. They had like on his shirt at a specific spot, but you're right. How would you know? But in the place
it sounds like a gunshot, though, and there's a delay between the gunshot and the impact in terms of like acoustic readings. Like, and I think somebody did an analysis of the distance they believe the shot was taken from, based on the sound. If that is the round that they use 30-06, based on the sound of the gunshot going off and the amount of time before it impacts them. It's a very small amount of time, but it is measurable. And they think that it might be actually being closer than what they're saying, which is, I think, 100 and something yards. I forget what the exact distance was. What was the exact distance, supposedly? I think it was like 140 yards or something like that. But the weird thing is, like, this whole idea of assembling and disassembling, it doesn't work like that, man.
And if the guy's not a professional, was he a professional?
No, he definitely wasn't a professional. But like, you could get trained, like shooting a rifle at 140 yards with a really good scope. If you've shot a bunch of times with a rifle and you can keep your shit together, is not that far of a shot. You can make that shot. People can make that shot. He wasn't even wearing a bulletproof vest, even though he did obviously get hit in the neck. But the thing is, like, if that's the narrative, and I don't know if they're still sticking with the story, but that was what they were saying at first, that he disassembled it and reassembled it. Reassembling a gun does not make it accurate. You have to zero a rifle in. And what that involves you get to, like, whatever the yardage are that you're trying it out, like 100 yards, and, you squeeze off a trigger, and then you look through the binoculars, or you have a spotter with a scope next to you, and he says 6 inches high right, and so then you adjust the scope, and then you get it where it's firing, and you do it on a rest. It takes a few shots, man. So you have a rest, so that you're not moving the rifle around where it can, be human error, be attributed to the miss.
And if you're on a hot roof, that was a hot roof, wasn't it?
Most official and media accounts put the shot at roughly 200 yards, with some investigative timelines suggesting a range of about 150 to 200 yards from Kirk. So somewhere between 150.
Ja, jongen, jij wel met die kutshotgun.
You ever been on a hot roof?
I have.
Dude, it's hot.
Well, it wasn't that hot. Well, yeah, it was. It was September. September in Utah, actually not that hot.
It sounds hot.
Yeah, I don't think it was. This was happening while I was out elk hunting.
What town did it happen in?
I'm not sure. It was in Utah, though.
I think it was in southern Utah, wasn't it?
Yeah, but Utah's, Utah's a mountain. It's a mountain town.
Yeah, my brother was Utah. I like Utah.
Like I said, I was in Utah at the time.
Godverdomme.
I was hunting.
Well, that's interesting.
I don't know nothing. I started getting all these text messages from people wanting me to comment on things. I was like, what are you talking about? I literally didn't know what was going on. But I had to use the Starlink to, oh wow, I got a Starlink. It's like, Starlink. It's like the size of a fucking iPad. You lay it on the ground, you get high speed. It's incredible.
That's cool shit.
But that's how I had to, research it. find out what the fuck people are talking about.
But did you see there was like the facility in Tennessee where they bought the whatever the mic thing was, allegedly, that place thing got completely obliterated. 16 people died.
What?
Bring that.
Where they made microphones?
Where they made the lapel mic that he was wearing. This is probably a conspiracy thing or something.
Where'd you get this? TikTok?
This is a conspiracy theory or it's something that's absolutely true. I
haven't heard that one at all.
I think James Lee said
But I'm trying to stay away from this shit.
Ah,
That's why I'm not. That's why I don't know.
I agree. It's just, I think it
Huh?
I don't know. It's just a tough.
So my point about the round is it's a large round, and it seems like it would have done more damage. And this is not my opinion. This is the opinion of many experts.
Yeah,
I agree with their opinion. It's not. I saw the guy that got shot, and then I heard it was a 30-06, and I was like, it's a little odd.
If you had to get shot by what would you like to get if you had to get shot? I don't. Shoot me with a 22.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I take a 22, but a 22 kills people.
Where would you take it at?
Shoulder, I guess.
Fuck yeah.
No, you don't want to get shot, period.
I know, I agree, Joe, but I'm just saying, you had to get shot. How do you, because here's
butt cheek, 22, and the tighten up. Take it in the butt cheek. Bang. I don't know. Not good. But no bullet is good to take. But the point is that seemed like not enough damage for that kind of round. But I might be wrong. Again, I might be wrong in that bullets the spine and it blew apart. I just feel like you would find a lot of it in there. Especially if there's no exit wound. Like, how come you can't find...
The whole thing's bizarre. Did you see the part, Jamie, that I'm talking about where that thing blew up? Okay, understood. And there may not be one. Thank you. I'm sorry.
I know. I brought it up yesterday.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah, just like, no, I think I'm just scared, and it's like, yeah, what do you...
I just don't know.
18 people unaccounted for after deadly explosion rocks.
Got wel een triple kill, motherfucker.
A facility on the line of Humphreys and Hickman counties that processes ammunition and explosives. But is this that made the microphones?
So that's conspiracy theory. The microphone was taken to this place to be converted into like an explosion.
Somebody found an invoice from it. That's what it was. That was the piece of information that was going around.
Who found that? Is that James Lee found that?
Not sure.
See if you can find what James Lee has to say. He's my number one source of information.
That's what I heard. I got to podcast with him.
Did you?
I got to meet him, dude.
Is he cool?
He's a nice guy, bro. He's fun. Yeah, he's like, his story's wild because he was working as a consultant for one of the big pharmaceutical companies, like one of the right? And he just couldn't say the name, but he could say it. But he never said it. And then he was in a Zoom one time, and they're like, "Okay, we still have a lot of stockpile from the first vaccination," and that's when he said they started suggesting, allegedly, that people should then get a second vaccination because they had this first. They still had more of their original vaccine, so it was just like, well, we have more of it. Let's sell it back to him, and that's why.
And so he started getting very skeptical.
So he started really getting skeptical, and he got out of it, and he said he just wants to expose things that he feels like are not real,
right,
or true.
You think he might be CIA? Dun dun dun. Maybe that'll work.
I don't know.
You gotta wonder.
People thought Sean Ryan was cool.
Yeah, I've heard people say that.
Remember?
Yeah,
that was a thing. But then now people don't.
Doesn't seem like he is.
Yeah,
unless they're being clever.
I just want to be able to have like a family and just like think that everybody's going to be able to live.
That would be nice. Yeah, that's the thing about ideologies and tribes. If it wasn't for ideologies and tribes, the idea is that we should all be able to live together. It's like, but the problem is it's not. The world's destroyed. You know the statistic about the 1% of the world? $34,000. You make $34,000 US dollars. You're in the 1% of the world.
Yeah,
1% of the world, bro. Woo!
It's just tough. So it's like,
right?
In order for us to get cheap jeans and an iPhone that only cost $1,000, somebody has to get paid squat. Somebody has to get fucked over. Somebody has to work long hours and live in those Foxconn factories where they have nets to keep people from jumping off the roof.
Jump off the roof, bruh.
Bro, you know when you're working in a place, so many people jumping off the roof, they just put nets up? You got a problem. That's not a fun work environment.
Hey, Ron's hitting the nets, guys.
Ron's hitting the nets. Look it.
You keep jumping.
Somebody comes back from the lunch break and they just have the net marks on their face. And they're like, you tried it. It's just sad.
That's sad. That's what better is. It's overall a better
you. Yeah. So people that are not acting better than this are not, they're not, I mean, I know we all have mistakes, we all do things that are fucked up, right? But like at a point where you're like,
we should all be doing better.
Taking lives, it's not the regular people I'm going to take lives.
100%. It is 100%. If it was just people, we'd all figure out how to get along. Unless the other thing is or those people are the Goyim, or those people are the Jews, or those people are the Arabs, or whatever you decide. Those are the other. Decide the other a group of people.
Yeah.
Then it becomes a problem because it's us versus them, and then you're back to the same tribal bullshit. That's why we need to lose our gender and lose our primate dominant instincts and all of our territorial instincts.
Well, I told you I was going to mail my dick away.
We're going to be all telepathic, big old heads, little tiny mouths. It's not no one's going to take this up. You got time for that fight, Josh. No one's going to have a clit to lick. So you gotta communicate with your mind, so your mouth's just going to atrophy, and you're going to get all your food to like suck. You have just to eat all your food. You gotta figure out how to make perfect food, where it's just like you don't have to go to a
Triple, baby. Fuck, bitch.
Get all the nutrients you need. Fucking sludge. And the sludge feels like an orgasm when you take it. That's why you get people to do it. You take it, it lights all their synapses up.
What? That busy boy.
First thing.
No.
My man, let's go! This is the first thing.
Godverdomme.
He's free.
Hit that bitch, Ricky. Oh.
Yeah, it's that first one. Yeah, that's good. What's in that one? That's like a professional one. Ooh, that's delicious. That's a professional one, though.
That's a trap. Yeah, this one is like for outdoors. For outdoors people.
Outdoors. But it doesn't taste outdoors. It tastes like big coffee. Dude, nope. I'm good. One is good. No. I know it's a slippery slope. I'll be pulling into the gas station to get an Escobar later.
Oh, Escobars, those are the ones. Remember, you said you were hiding from yourself at night. Yeah.
Sometimes I'll be ashamed.
Shit.
Just make sure that bitch fucking armpits. Dude, I just want to wear a hoodie. Just leave. Put it over the top. Cover up like a monk. But tell me, like, what are some things, like, give me some, like, what are some things that we can do to keep us in a space of giving ourselves the best chance to feel human? Because, yeah, one day you're going to go to a museum and there's going to be a smile in there.
Well, it has to happen on an individual basis, right? Everybody's each other on an individual basis. And sometimes it takes something chaotic, like a tragedy, like 9/11, for people to just be cool to each other. You know, I remember, I've talked about this before, but post 9/11, everyone was so connected. Everyone was smiling. People were letting you get on the highway. They're letting you get in their lane. They're waving. Everyone had an American flag on their car. We've been attacked. We were resisted. You know, and it's just sad that it takes something like that for people to realize, like, this is a gift. Be alive in this incredible country at this incredible time in history. But we are under the rule of tyrants, you know, and I'm not saying this the U.S. government's a tyrant or I'm not no individual. Every government that is in control of military, that is involved in these exchanges with other countries, they're run by tyrants. Someone's a tyrant, whether it's Putin or this guy or that guy or whoever is in charge of Iran right now. They keep the people on the street from using the internet. They kill all the protesters. That's the problem. The problem is people in power. It's not people.
Yeah.
People generally are good, especially when they're not starving. When they're not starving and they're not desperate, they're not being attacked. Most people generally are. You know, obviously depending upon how you grew up, and what you were exposed to when you were young, and what kind of horrors did you have to see. Were you in a war-torn country? You know, were you in a third world place where the cartels run everything?
Did you see those kids in Gaza with they were playing doll, and they were like, it was like they put their doll up on a stretcher, like they're fucking heartbreaking.
Bro, imagine just the trauma. If you lived in that place pre-October 7th, it was not fun.
Yeah, they were taking settlers' homes. They were they'd come and knock into your home and then eventually just take it away.
Well, there's an attitude for a lot of Israelis now that it's all theirs. Tinfoil hat. Dun, dun, dun. Exactly. Okay, this is a dude named Mike France.
It wasn't James Lee reporting.
Mike Franco.
It's the same stuff I've seen.
This is October 10, 2025, exactly 1 month after Kirk's death. A catastrophic explosion destroyed Building 602 at the Accurate Energetic Systems facility in McEwen, Tennessee. The blast, estimated to involve 23,000 pounds of explosives, killed 16 employees, injured several others, and registered as a 1.6 magnitude seismic event. Yo. The U.S. Chemical Safety Board confirmed the site produced CAS boosters and miniaturized shaped charges for military and industrial use. Conspiracy theorists allege that AES was the manufacturer of the miniature shaped charge used in Charlie Kirk's assassination. They point to a $425,000 Department of Defense contract awarded to AES in May of 2025 for extra small anti-personnel demolition charges, possibly used in covert operations. The timing of the explosion, just weeks after Charlie Kirk's death, has fueled speculation that it was a deliberate cover-up to destroy evidence and eliminate the personnel with knowledge of the technology. So there's the pager attacks, the Lebanon pager attacks. Here's my problem with that explanation, and I'm not saying that I'm right and they're wrong. My problem is I don't see that thing exploding.
Yeah.
So that microphone, I don't see it exploding. I don't see fire coming out of it. If you have a gun and the gun goes off 6 inches from someone's neck like that, you're going to see a charge out of the gun.
That's a great point.
And if it's a small device without a barrel, something has to propel that energy, and that's an explosion. And if it explodes, you're going to see it explode, unless they've developed some sort of way of hiding that.
Yeah.
That I don't know about. But if they're talking about conventional gunpowder and what they use for bullet rounds, that doesn't seem to make sense to me. Yeah. But I might be missing something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's actually a great point that you said.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Kind of seems like that thing would spark.
Yeah.
I mean, it's close to his neck. It's blowing his neck up. I mean, it seems odd that it can do that without fire. Doesn't make sense. But I might be missing something. There might be some new technology that I'm not aware of. Let's find out that. Is there any technology that exists where you could have a projectile come out of a small thing, like a microphone that's on someone's neck, and not have fire?
I don't know. I don't know.
But there's also some stuff.
Head hurt.
Yeah, it should make your head hurt. But there's also probably some stuff that we're not hip to.
Oh, for sure, dude.
Right.
They come out with stuff all the time that we'll never see, probably.
Yeah, I mean, they have drones that look like bugs. They're like, yeah, looks like a bug. But it's
crazy.
A fucking drone, a little itty bitty drone.
You're just sitting there spraying Raid on something that's watching y'all fuck or whatever at night. That's crazy.
Yeah, it films. Kristi Noem's husband.
Oh yeah, boy. He had them murpers on him, huh?
What did he?
What was he?
Did anybody explain what that was about? Was it really just like a Halloween costume or something?
That's what I thought it was, probably. But then there's some other ones where he's kind of lipstick, and he actually.
But it could be he was fucking around for like a party or something like that.
He was giving Kevin Spacey in a lot of this. You could feel like Kevin Spacey come through in some of those photos.
But here's the question: Is that a costume he was wearing for funsies?
That's what I thought.
It's like a dress-up thing. This guy's a freak.
That's what I thought it was his costume.
It could be, because if it is a costume for funsies, and then somebody finds it on your laptop, like
on your fucking laptop.
We're just fucking around. I was doing Wanda from In Living Color. You know?
Yeah. I ain't one to gossip, so you ain't heard it from me. I mean, was that Wanda? No, which one was Wanda?
I forget.
Dude, how great was that shit? Did you love
Where one of the greats.
Dude, we would go in our neighborhood afterwards, and me, Larry, Eddie, Wayne King, just guys off of my street, dude, we'd go out there and impersonate all of them.
Bro, that show's groundbreaking. So
Oh, lekker man. Kut nu.
blah blah blah. Messages about what?
I said there was 3 models of women. There was 3 women, like hundreds of messages before I sent by 3 women from the scene.
Oh, Christy Gnome's husband.
Yeah.
Didn't she just get let go or something?
Hundreds of messages. Trade yourself as a woman who pledges to worship like a goddess, telling her you turn me into a girl. Before asking if he should put on leggings. Oh, okay, but is this real, right? Or so the post is not confirmed the details reported by the Mail. This is what Mail? The Daily Mail?
Yes.
Let me tell you something about the Daily Mail. They just made an article saying that I'm moving out of Austin.
Oh.
That I'm fed up with Austin, I'm moving out of Austin. That's not true. And that was published by the Daily Mail.
Right. And also, didn't Christy Gnome just go through something where she got let go? Or something? Is that right?
Yes. And not just let go, but involved in a scandal. So some sort of money scandal.
Sometimes this kind of shit follows that. It's hard to know. But he also looks like who's that actor right there? He looks like a little bit.
What are those boobs? Those are crazy.
Will Arnett or something? No, not Will Arnett.
He's got crazy fake boobs. Like, they're nuts. That's all it is? So how do we know
he got tricked easy, bro? Joe just got tricked, bro.
Well, I don't think they're real. I mean, I thought they were like a fake one.
But you was thinking about him. Oh, shit, she's John Benet right there. Look at that shit. That's crazy what they did.
So, supposedly there's letters that you send to girls that you make me dress up like a girl. But look, again, isn't it crazy that she's involved in some sort of a scandal that's about money?
And then this comes out.
And then this
I
comes
agree.
out. Right?
You have to start to notice that. And then here's the craziest part. At a certain point,
forget about him. Can you find out what she was let go for and what's involved in it? Because there was some sort of a campaign fund scandal or something that has to do something with money. A lot of money, like millions and millions of dollars. And then all of a sudden this happens. You gotta get a little suspicious. In this day and age?
Oh yeah, it was the campaign commercial she got in trouble for because like they hired like someone she knew and they're like she was riding a horse to the fucking.
Right, but there's something about the money being inappropriately spent.
It's like $100 million.
$100 million
or 28 million. I'm trying to
well,
find this article.
Let's not comment until we have the specifics.
Joe, do you think that things would be any different with America's relationship in the Middle East right now if the Republicans hadn't won the election, if Trump hadn't won, or do you think it's all the same?
It's a good question.
You think it's all the same, like Geppettos in the distance, like running the strings, and it's
the last administration.
Oh, yeah.
Ukraine.
Right. And they
so
were
200 firm tied to Christy Gnome secretly got money from $220 million DHS ad contracts.
Dude, for $220 million, you can put tits on my husband for $220 million, you know?
But you know what I'm saying?
I'm not even a gay guy.
Right, but now they're painting her out to be a nutcase, right? Because her husband's a freak. So this firm, not saying that he's not a freak.
Yeah.
Right? He might really be into dressing up like a girl. That might all be real. That might be
let him
you're
cook.
gonna make me put on leggings. He determined he might have autogynephilia, right? So but also that might be coming out because of this. There's probably a bunch of people that got some money and they're like, let's try to make this ugly.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's scary too, because it's like,
who knows?
Hey, why bother picking a sniper rifle when you
don't know anybody. The money missing or his fake
shoot
kids.
people across map with a shotgun? Fucking awesome.
That's just but he's in that, constant perpetual state of having to one-up himself. Doing something more and more ridiculous every time.
What do you think is going to happen? You think we're going to be okay?
I hope so. Of course. I don't know.
Do you think about it?
I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. When we started bombing Iran, I was like, this can't be true.
And what about Lebanon now?
I know. Israel's in Lebanon. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, just fucking stop it. What do you need?
Well, they're trying to supposedly, they're trying to stop the terrorists.
That's crazy, though.
Be on the other side.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to stop them, fucking stand in front of the fucking mirror and start there. But also, what do I know?
What do you?
You're right. I don't. But it's all just like, fuck. There's got to be some way that we're better than these.
They're saying that like this was found out by that story. Found out by like a newspaper online.
I know that shit.
Fucking Gaylord.
Hostile intelligence.
Boom.
If a media organization find this out, you can assume that a high degree of confidence that a hostile intelligence service knows this as well.
Nice.
A former CIA officer, Mark Polymeropoulos.
That's probably
damaging information like this can be a tantalizing lead for a hostile intelligence source. They approach the person and say, if you work with us, we won't expose this, and if you don't, we will.
No.
He's posting it online. Someone's being positive. That's what it sounds like.
Well, he might be a freak.
Who cares? Let him fucking cook.
Look, I think a lot of those people that are involved in government are freaks, and I bet their husbands and wives are freaks too. They're fucking weirdos. They want to be in power.
Yeah, it's
They want to wear leggings.
It's all crazy. We just have to focus on the things that we can. Like Matt McCusker, he started a garden. It's like 10 to the garden that you can have. You know, he grows blueberries and he grows he grew one blueberry.
During the congressional hearings, Kristi Noem was probed about accusations of conducting a taxpayer-funded affair with her former aide, Corey Lewandowski, who has since left the Department of Homeland Security.
Corey Lewandowski, dude? Dude, I was in a fucking fantasy football league with that guy.
For real?
Yes.
For real?
Pull him up again, yeah.
No kidding? Let me see a photo of him.
Mother effer, dude.
She's pretty hot.
CeeLo, bro. Oh, this is a different dude.
Yeah, seems like a different dude. So that guy was the guy who was
CeeLo ain't shit.
banging her. Okay. Supposedly, allegedly. Who knows? But again, when there's a bunch of money that's missing, there's a scandal, hundreds of millions of dollars, weird shit starts getting tossed around. They throw you House of Cards, baby. Go rewatch it. I think that's probably the most accurate depiction of how the government works.
Kevin Spacey is fascinating.
Nice.
Well, everybody in that show was great. It was just like a really well-made show.
Yeah. That show was fascinating. He did.
All right, dog. We gotta wrap this up soon.
Dude, that's fine with me. I thought you were. I was staying here because you're here.
No, I love you.
I love you
But
too.
I have things I gotta do.
Me too.
Are you gonna be around tonight? Or are you going back?
I might stop by.
Bus Boys in theaters April 17th. So that's like 2 weeks from now. Let's fucking go. 2 weeks and a few days.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Thank you for
Good
letting me
luck.
come and talk about
I'm
it.
excited for you.
And just to see you. Yeah, I'm excited too, man.
I hope it kills it.
Yeah, I just think
I'm sure it's gonna be really funny with you and David Spade.
I don't know. We did a good job.
I'm sure.
Dude, he's so funny.
Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be awesome.
But thank you for everything, dude.
My pleasure.
And it's good to see you.
Always
and,
good to see you.
Yeah.
Come by tonight. I'll tell you.
I'll come by. I have a show tonight, but I'll come by.
Where you at?
I'm at this Moody Theater. I'm practicing my special, so I gotta get ready.
What time are you at the Moody?
7.
Okay. But come by. We'll be there till I'm gonna be in. I'll be there for a while.
Okay. I'll come by and say hey.
All right.
Good to see you. Jamie, thank you so much.
Bus Boys, April 17th. Go watch it. We love you guys. Bye.
How do you do?
Good job. Experience.
No scope, okay.
See you again, Bob. Same here. Long time. Luigi, Joe. You are still to this day the most watched ever podcast we have ever done. That's on YouTube.
That's just unreal. It's unreal.
It is unreal because it shows you how many people are just absolutely fascinated by the story. And what you guys have done in this new film is essentially recreate S4 and using AI, recreate you as a young man in these experiences that you had. And it was really excellent. Luigi, you're the one who put the film together. Figured it all out. And first of all, what was the technology that you guys used to recreate everything?
Yeah, I just want to say there's about 10% AI in the film, but there's 90% Blender, and that's actually handmade CGI. So everything you see is all handmade, And even the de-aging of Bob Lazar, we scanned
Target
Bob,
eliminated.
went over to his house, scanned his face, took a process of de-aging him through that,
Enemy
then
down.
creating a digital model of Bob in different ages, and then placing him in the environment. And then
Okie dokie.
in some instances at the very end, we perfected or kind of put a bow on it with a little touch of AI, but the whole thing is handmade. So the craft, the environment, the Papoose Lake, the facility, the equipment, and the people were all made. Some of them were commercial.
Man down.
So it's not. There's one of the guys that is Barry in the film is a guy called Luis Martinez that's been working with me for the past 10 years, and he laughs at it because he says, "I can't believe I'm Barry." You know. So
Does he live in?
actually, he does. He does. That's why we chose him. Yeah.
Where's the actual Barry now?
I don't know. You know, I kind of thought at one point after all this happened, we would at least hear from one of those guys. But I never heard from anybody after, after the initial release of all the
Target
information.
eliminated.
It seems like, well, I don't know, but if people are able to keep secrets for this long, it's got to be very difficult to just blurt it out. Like, if you're holding on to a secret for 20, 30, 40 years.
Target eliminated.
It's like,
I guess these guys were lifers, though.
yeah.
I mean, they spent most of their time there. They spent at least 2 weeks at a time and had 1 week off. So they stayed at the base. I mean, these guys were hardcore. I had just come in on the project, so
Tango down.
I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. I'd love to know. I suspect that Dennis Mariani, my supervisor, died. I've seen people track him down, all the way to point to speaking to his family, and they said, yeah, he had some classified job out in the desert or something.
Godverdomme, good hood.
They were able to track him down, but I've never heard of any leads on Barry or Renee or.
What is it like seeing the recreation of it in a film? Because, I mean, essentially it was your
Enemy down.
direction, for lack of a better word, your description of it,
Target eliminated.
telling them exactly how
Target
everything was laid
eliminated.
out, and then once they recreated it, what is that feeling like when you watch it?
Well, the final product is absolutely mind-blowing because, as I've said to Luigi, it looks like you guys downloaded that out of my brain. I mean, you can describe something 100 times, and until you actually make a picture, it doesn't become clear. But, this took years. I think it was like 5.5 years from when I first met Luigi, and he said, yeah, I can do this. And the quality kept improving.
Kanker in je fucking raar. Ah.
Jesus, that's really it. It's not really it. It's really it. And I mean, it blew me away. Later on, he showed me a 3D environment where I could put goggles on and move around inside. I mean, that made the hair stand up on my arms. It was unbelievable. So, I don't know if I could really describe how that made me feel, but it felt like I was teleported back there. And that's when really I developed an admiration for Luigi's talent. I said, I'm behind this, and flew out to Canada a couple times. I didn't have much to do with the film other than, I guess, a couple times going out there and going, no, that's right, that's the wrong color, move this here, do that. And, but those guys spent over 3 years working on it. And, they never showed me anything. I speak to Luigi,
Jongen, ik schiet hem toch kanker voor kopen door de kutkop heen.
Oh God, you won't believe it. Show me. No, it's not done yet. So
Fucking
I
sick
really
move.
didn't get it to see anything till close to the end. But when I did, really, without trying to be dramatic, it really put tears in my eyes, going that's it. You did it. Just stop. It's perfect.
Well, I had the pleasure of watching the movie with you and sitting there with you. There was a bunch of times in the movie you're like,
Yeah.
you could tell.
Yeah.
Target
Yeah.
It's just
I
like-
swear I could feel that place. I could feel it watching that movie. It really freaks me out because as I've said before, it's not like what I saw. It's exactly what I saw.
Enemy down.
It's
Target
perfect. It's just like
Kill confirmed.
It's a very unique documentary in that regard. And watching it with you, seeing you experience this thing, and then me trying to imagine what it's like for you. You're this young scientist who gets brought in on this thing without much explanation, and then all of a sudden you're confronted by this crap.
Ah.
See, viewing this thing, being in the presence of it for the first time, it's just, I could just only imagine what that must have been like for you. And it's so weird to watch it again, to see your wheels spin. Just like, what the fuck happened to my life, man?
Right.
What did they do to me? What did they make me experience? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I really can't put the blanks there. It's I want to just say that there was a time when Bob got angry at me a lot because I wouldn't show him, and he was like, "Come on, show me." And I said, "It's not ready yet. I don't want to show you something." But at a certain point, we had to, and Bob started remembering more stuff. Yeah, that's
Bitches.
It really made a big difference when he showed me some things, and walking down the corridor here and turn. Oh, stop! Wait, there's another door there. I mean, it was like I was going back into the facility, and really brought. I mean, actually seeing it again really brought some things back that I had completely forgotten about. So that.
Go down.
What's really fascinating is, for people that don't know your story, you came up with a story, you talked to George Knapp, and was it 89?
88, 89, somewhere in there.
So, late 80s, you've essentially told the exact same story all these years. And then, within the last, 9, 10 years, we've started to get all these reports.
Fuck
The FLIR video, and all these videos that show a crap that's moving the way you described this sport model moving.
Right.
Which kind of freaked a lot of people out with the way it rotated and turned.
Yeah, it does the belly roll, faces at the bottom towards where it's want to go, and then it takes off. And yeah.
It's exactly how you described those years ago, which is really fucking crazy.
Well, that's the way it was.
But it's crazy because you had this story way, way, way back then, and everybody's like, this guy's just making things up. This is all cockamamie bullshit. And then you see those videos from these fighter jets, and you're like, wait a minute. It's moving the exact same way he described. It's doing what he described in 1989.
Yeah.
Time to take a drink. Cheers.
Yeah.
Because it's so weird. I can't. I've had so many conversations. And, one of the things that comes up is, do you think Bob was always telling the truth? And I say, look, I don't know. There's no way I could know, but he doesn't seem like he's lying. I've been around a lot of liars.
Look, nobody can know unless you're there. I'm the biggest skeptic of all. Although if you look at Wikipedia, it says I'm a conspiracy theorist or something.
Yeah, I think it says I'm a far-right podcaster.
Yeah, all right. I mean, yeah, it's crazy. But, that's my train of thought. Well, basically, are you a conspiracy theorist? No, you don't even look at this stuff.
Well, if you have a lie, you have one lie. And it's amazing because you've told the same one for all these years.
It's a pretty detailed lie.
It's also not normal. Like, normally when people lie, they get bored with the same lie and they come up with another lie and then some other story. So you catch them. Eventually you catch them. There's some cockamamie new thing that they come up with, and it's the type of people that are that deceptive. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit the standard model of someone.
Well, there are other people involved. This is for the first time Gene Huff finally is on film. It's when I had the test flight information He was he was the first person I told about that. And, we were all able to go out and see it. And so everybody knew that I wasn't crazy. It was,
And then also all the confirmation that you were being fucked with. That, when you were in the gym, they would show up and open up your locked car doors and open your trunk and leave it there. So you'd go out there and see it. They'd go to your house when you weren't there.
yeah, they
to
were
your
even,
house.
right. They were even following George Knapp and I mean, all of us, anybody that had anything to do with it at that time,
Yeah.
they were keeping eyes on. It was,
Not just eyes, but a lot of intimidation tactics, just letting you know that they can touch you.
yeah. So I've really worked for decades to push this out of my mind, so it's always tough to bring it back, and talk about it. And although it might be funny now, it wasn't funny then at all. It was a really stressful time, and still is a very stressful thing for me.
I know it's so many years ago, but do you remember the thought that came in your mind when you realized that it wasn't ours?
Do I remember the thought?
Do you remember the experience?
Yeah, I remember the feeling
of recognize, because initially you saw the American flag.
Customize,
Yeah, when I
daddy.
saw the American flag when I first went in, the first time I went in through the hangar door instead of around the back, slid my hand across it, saw the American flag, and I thought, oh my God, this explains
Hit
the
5
UFO
kills.
nuts,
It's ours.
Yeah, this is ours. This is a new top secret fighter. We came up with a new propulsion system, and it explains everything because I never believed in flying saucers. I thought people were nuts. But when they started reviewing everything with me, I was trying to review.
Sam, do you mind asking Tracy to come? What? Faster to me, so I can move through. Well, for about 6 minutes every afternoon, that carries path of light. We don't have a lot now. We'll talk about it. Alright, go for it. Yeah. Too late. I got the I'll make a plan. Well, you probably just start out. Yeah, clever do it. Are you going to that just be like this was. That's everything. That's good. That's bad. I don't need no one can be with hate. With humble and
Hey.
At any cost. And, once you start thinking about that, wait, don't you guys know how the thing you built worked? And it's kind of like they left that out, that this, by the way, this isn't ours. And Barry is the guy that filled me in going, no, this is an alien craft. And we need to figure out how this works. Look at the technology here. I mean, this is decades, light years ahead of where we are. And it was a shock, really, to me. I remember going home that night and just laying in bed and reviewing everything that everybody said that day. And I really don't remember how I felt the following days, but it was just a different feeling.
The world just changed.
Yeah. It was. I don't know. I really can't put it into words.
Well, I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine what that experience is like. And it's also very strange that they would bring you in and not specifically state to
Fuck.
you that this is not ours. They just bring you in and just give you a
What?
directive. This is what we're trying to accomplish.
Well, they gave me a bunch of briefings. Everything was moving at a very fast pace, and I don't know why. I think I mentioned in the movie, right prior to I got there were Russians involved, and from what I can ascertain, there was an exchange of information, and then we discovered something of great importance, and of course kicked the Russians out and just held on to that information ourselves. And there was kind of a knowledge vacuum there. There was also an accident, and I was told I was replacing someone that was injured. I believe he actually died.
There's no record of who this person was, or has anybody ever tried to figure it out?
I don't know. I don't have any names. But Henry told me, I'm replacing somebody that he used to work with. He was without a lab partner for a while, so when I came in there,
how long was it?
I don't know, but I mean, that brings up a good point. First of all, we're dealing with alien or another civilization technology. From another dimension, another time, another planet. I mean, who really knows? So, I'll eventually get to answer the question here, but wouldn't you think this place would be more like the Lunar Receiving Lab, where everything is white? So you can see a speck of dust.
Good homo.
Everything is sterile. People are being extremely careful with what they're doing, but you're not seeing that. This is in now something akin to an aircraft hangar in the middle of the desert. There's dust on everything. People are taking everything nonchalantly. There's a friggin' poster about the thing. They're here, poster there.
Thank you, Luigi. Guys, figure out a place.
Good job.
It's awesome. Yeah, but I mean, they went to the trouble of making a poster. They actually
think right here.
That's a good place, right there. But they actually cut one of the amplifiers out of the craft. So my point is, yeah, but my point is, it's so nonchalant at this point. When they first had it, it had to be.
Danke, Dicker. What the fuck?
On the other side.
So familiar with it, and to them it just became like another, fighter aircraft or something from another country. So it's it must have been there a long time, is what my point is. Because look, as soon as you have something that unique, you don't let it just sit there in a hangar and be exposed to the environment and have security people walking by and people touching it. I mean, it's in an isolated, sealed, secured environment, and they were past that. So I think it had been there for a decade, a long time. And these guys were intimately familiar with it, not afraid of it, and knew what was going on.
So they essentially had gotten just completely acclimated to the fact that this craft exists, that it was there, and there had been relatively little progress as far as figuring it out and figuring out what it does and how to make it. So it just kind of sat. And so
I think they were making very little progress. And I think they kept going over the same road again and again, and they probably had other experts there and just didn't. And I think the reason I got hired is because I was a guy out in left field that didn't necessarily follow what was going on. I mean, the biggest distractors to me anyway, in the story, are other scientists, other physicists. They would have hired me because I'm the top guy in the field. Yeah, you probably are. But I think they hired plenty of you guys, and you just kept going down the same road. I think they were looking for somebody that just would have some radical idea and just to push the project forward, because everything had stalled when I got there. And it was, I think they were just in a desperate move to make some progress.
One of the things you talked about in the first podcast I think is really important is that the only way for science to really progress is that these various scientists have to be able to communicate. And you have to be able to share ideas and you have to be able to collaborate. But that's not how this was run because it was so top secret. Everything was compartmentalized. Like the metallurgists weren't talking to the propulsions people, who weren't talking to if there were biologics experts. Like everybody
Super
was
frustrating. Super frustrating. Because I think I don't remember exactly where that started. Again, it's 40 years ago. But I think it started with the seats. And no, it started with the actual skin of the craft because everything looked like it was made of the same material. And I
Later.
wanted some information
Good call.
about the skin, the superstructure of the craft. And they said, no, that's restricted. What's we need a reason for you to. I just want to see if everything is exactly the same material. And what I call the seats in the craft, I still don't know if they're the seats, but they might be. I think it'd be hilarious if they were actually something else. But I wanted some information on those, and that was restricted information too. There were other groups working on that. So they compartmentalized stuff so much. There was no exchange of information between any groups. I mean, you could submit a written response that your supervisor in my case Dennis would have to carry over, and they would have to approve. And you'd get a 2 or 3 line response from the other group. But that's not how science works. Science works on the free exchange of information, and they were just killing themselves with security, and it was really frustrating. It was terrible.
So was this a function of security people that are concentrated on top security that don't truly understand how collaborative science works?
Yeah, that's it right there. You can stop right there. They had no idea how that works.
Because it stands to reason that whatever that thing was made out of probably in some way interacts with the propulsion system, controls that are in it, that this material
Ja, jongens, goed maar.
particularly unique.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. And I suspected the material was an electric. You know what an electric is?
No.
Okay. Like a magnet, a permanent magnet is like, it's a magnet.
Right.
Forever it's a magnet. Right. It has a magnetic field. An electret is a material that has a permanent static field to it. A static electric field to it. And I strongly suspected that the craft was made out of an electric. And I was not, because again, that's the material science guy, was not allowed to connect that to, but it's so important connected to the propulsion system and how the propulsion system interacts with the amplifier and the emitters, and I wasn't allowed, the information I needed. So it was, I don't know. It was self-defeating.
Well, it seems like they were treating it like a fighter jet or an automobile. Like in an automobile, you have the outer area, the shell of the car. You have the doors, the skins, the hood, the roof, all that stuff, which is met. But then you have the propulsion system, which is the engine and the transmission and the tires and the wheels and the suspension. But they're all not connected. They're connected because they're bolted together, but they have different functions. I think the
Hé jongens, goed gekut me gewoon.
as I'm gathering from you, is that this thing all worked as a cohesive unit.
Right. With no physical connection between the subsystems.
All made out of the same material.
At least on the outside. They're all made of the same material. And the other crafts all had the same power plant in it. So that brings to mind, like a GM plant that makes a car with a Chevy 350 and makes, a dozen different models to it.
Right.
So that makes you think about, boy, is there a factory making these things? And, your brain can just wander off in directions, but I tried to stick with just the technology.
Did you know who the metallurgists were? The people that
Oh,
were.
I saw them. You know, I know them. And Barry, we'd go to the lunchroom. Barry would point them out. You know,
And you weren't allowed to communicate with them at all?
Oh hell no! You have a lab partner, which my in case was Barry, and you're allowed to talk to your lab partner, but you can't talk to any other group. That has to go through a written request. Has to go to your supervisor, and he'll bring it over to them, and they'll bring it back, and so on and so forth. But yeah, that's ridiculous. That it slows down any progress you might be making.
Which is why they were probably stalled out for decades.
Yeah.
Did you ever expressly communicate to them that you theorized, at least, that this all could be connected? That there's something about the way the metal works.
Oh, we all knew that. We all knew that. Because we get requests from other groups. And you can tell they're desperate just like we are. And fighting against the system.
What kind of requests?
Just exactly what we found out. You know, where is the energy being transferred here? If the reactor fires up, is there a field present around it, or is the field just absorbed into the emitter, and you can touch the, reactor itself? And just
Hey, faggot.
like that, and actually that was an important thing. When the reactor's operating, is it perfectly tuned? The emitter to where it use all the energy from the reactor and pushes it out the bottom. And the answer to that was no. I remember that as a specific request from one of the groups. The metallurgy group is the one that we really wanted to do. And some of the group, I don't even know what some of the other groups were.
How many groups were there?
I don't know. There were only 22 people there total, including myself. So
I would like for you to tell Joe, one of the things that also interested me, because I built the craft, is how the waveguide worked with the ceiling in the interior and how it blended. If you can explain, there was no telescopic.
Well, this is why we wanted to talk to the metallurgist people. The reactor that sits on the bottom of the craft is a little dome over it. And there's something that looks like a pipe that's slight. You can lift it up and take the reactor out, put the reactor in and lift it down. But like
Jongen, jij bent kankergoed, daarom moet je ook fucking doodgaan.
sections. There it is. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can retract the pipe, but there's no sections and it doesn't get any thicker. It just becomes smaller. And if you look underneath, where the emitters hang down, they turn. It doesn't buckle. It's a magical material. This is the basis of the craft. It's really the material it's made of. It's amazing the way it works. You can push it into a smaller volume, and it doesn't change at all. It doesn't get bigger physically. It's
So you lift it up and down. It's not.
Look, if you have a big pipe and you push it together, it has to get thicker. Right. Because the material has to go from this doesn't. Okay, it stays in exactly the same dimension. It just becomes.
Hey, hoerenkop.
Too easy.
Well, yeah.
You couldn't talk to the metallurgists.
But those guys,
they did know it.
Well,
they know it did it.
They know it did it, and that's their job. So I imagine they have more information than I did. But that was fascinating. It really was. And the waveguides that hold the emitters, they come down and the emitters can turn and bend, and the pipes bend, and nothing changes in them. And there's no wires or anything to make the pipe bend. I'm trying to relate it to something, but I can't think of anything to relate it to.
Well, one thing that you said that I also thought was fascinating is no seams. So everything looks like it's 3D printed.
Again, right? It comes down to the material.
Which at the time, 3D printers weren't real, right?
Yeah, at the time that really confused me. I said, how did they build this? It must have been built out of wax or something and then melted. Because you can't build anything without seams. And then 3D printing came into existence, and you could build stuff layers up. That made sense. Some sort of 3D printer, or they grew it, in some. Of course, it's not a crystalline fashion, but I don't know how that was fabricated, but it was fabricated different than anything that we have. I don't even think it was 3D printed.
And so you never got any inkling or any understanding of what the metal was, what kind of an alloy, what it consisted of.
All I can say, it was cold to the touch because when I touched it, but I can't say if it was a ceramic or not. I'd say it was metal because it was cold.
Because it looks like metal.
And
And
it looks like metal.
This is the Designs by Perry version of it. How much does that look like?
No, that's 100%. That's it. Yeah,
It's got
that's
to
it.
have the first ripple supposed
Wait,
to be
yeah,
black.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see,
Yeah.
Luigi has gone over this.
I mean, I
so
built
many
this thing,
times.
so,
Yeah, there's an insulator ring. In
Jimmy,
top
show what it looks like in the film. If you could show one of the images.
I was going about the trailer. I don't.
Oh,
yeah, on the trailer,
there's a ring shot.
Yeah.
Sure, the voltage on the craft, and there's a high voltage on it. And above that ring, there is
This is not a good shot. There's probably this is the original trailer. It's the new trailer that would actually, that one there. And you'll get to see it right there. Actually, right after this. It's actually before this, I believe. You're going to see the craft. And if you see there's a black, right, there's like a black line. It's the first ripple. That's actually not metal.
Yeah, we call that there it is. That's a good shot. We call that the insulator ring because below that there's a high voltage present on the craft all the time, and above that there isn't.
I would imagine that your life has like two completely different chapters before this and after this. Whereas like once you see it, the whole rest of your life is now going to be very different. And you are in its presence for how long did you work there for?
I don't know, maybe 6 months or so.
So for 6 months, you're around this thing, and I would imagine it has to occupy your thoughts 24 hours a day.
Well, at the time it did, for sure. It's actually 3 stages to the life. It's before it, during, and after.
Enemy down.
Before it was just my life. During was when it happened. And then the after part of my life is almost trying to dismiss it. To just go on.
Target eliminated.
Yeah, you didn't talk about it for a long time. I mean, you did the George Knapp interviews. You talked about it a little. You made some videos explaining things and how things work.
No, I don't really like public attention, and I don't really like doing interviews, as you probably know. But I know there's people that thrive on that stuff. But I felt privileged to be part of the project, but it left me with an insatiable appetite. Oh my God, I want to know where it's gone. Like, even when I was there in the 80s, they were talking about moving the project at that time. So, I'm dying to know, is it still there? Has it moved on? So did they split it up and move it to other places?
Move out.
Yeah, I remember Barry talking about moving it to the South Pacific, like Kwajalein or something, but they said the expenses were so great they couldn't do that, but they wanted it away from everybody. And they hated the fact that it was right alongside the highway.
Target eliminated.
By south
Kill
of it.
confirmed.
But that's the best place they had
Kill
at the time.
confirmed.
And of course now with, budgets being so tight, who knows where.
Who knows if budgets are tight for this though?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I mean, they did say at whatever expense, figure this out.
Yeah, they were serious about that.
Man down.
So like the original Apollo program.
Easy.
Back in the Apollo program, if they needed parts, and if somebody had something ordered UPS or through the mail or whatever, they had the authority to stop that shipment to that other person and take their stuff if they needed it. And, they had an unlimited budget. I mean, if you're working like that, you could do anything. And,
which therein lies the problem, is that they're dealing with something that's not possible with, you couldn't build it from scratch with American technology in 1989.
no, but that's what they wanted to do. And really
Target
thinking about it now, I'm not
Enemy
sure.
down.
I'm not exactly sure these
Man
guys should
down.
be allowed to do that. This is really powerful technology.
Man
The world
down.
has really changed. I mean, we have a lot of crazy people doing stuff now, and nonsense transmits through the population at the speed of light. And I don't know. This
Target
could be
eliminated.
powerful,
Man down.
conquering technology. And look, for 40 years, I think I've said this before. For 40 years, all the people in control of this information have all agreed to keep it quiet. And these aren't idiots.
1-3.
These aren't idiots for 40 years. You have a line of people that all have agreed, no, let's not say anything. No, let's not say anything. No, let's not say anything. There has to be a reason why. And if they all agreed to that,
Target eliminated.
maybe
Man
I'm
down.
the asshole.
Man down.
They
No,
hated me
really.
down.
Maybe they're
That
right.
it was right alongside
And
the highway.
Maybe you would have figured that out if you
You know
did
what?
what?
South
Kill
yeah, I don't know,
confirmed.
but I'm increasingly
but that's the best
thinking
place they had at
Kill
the time.
I don't want
confirmed.
to make a mistake.
And
Maybe this
of course now with budgets being so
Man
tight,
down.
Yeah, but
knows
that
where-
doesn't bring those charges to type for this. I don't think
yeah, that's
it
true.
ever helps.
I
mean, they did say at whatever expense, information that
Yeah,
would
they were
change
serious
our
about that.
understanding.
Man down.
Yeah,
So like the
there's-
original Apollo program.
It's, I don't think they.
Easy.
Back in the
I don't
Apollo
think they
program,
deserve it. I don't
if they
think it's
needed
right.
parts,
I don't think it makes any sense.
and if somebody had
Well,
something
I don't know.
ordered
I mean,
UPS or
What do you think about it? What if it's something that's really dramatic?
Like how so? What do you think would be like?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, what if
Tango
it's?
down.
Not saying this is what it is, but I mean, what if it's like,
Enemy down.
like we raise cows out in a field and just feed them grass, and they're just going to be
Man
food.
down.
Godver de teringzooi, kut, kankerbuitenlander.
Down.
Boom.
Creatures that are just to be consumed in some way.
I don't know if we're,
Shoot him!
but I do think we are.
Not physically
Down.
consumed,
Target
but
eliminated.
I mean,
I think we have.
You fucking weak
Target eliminated.
mongrel.
I'm more and more convinced as time goes on that I don't think we came about as a process like all the other animals.
yeah, I agree with that. I really agree with that.
There's a lot of people that think that. It just doesn't make sense objectively. I mean, without seeming like a kook or someone who buys into conspiracy
Target
theories, if you just look at
eliminated.
all the other
Target
biology
eliminated.
on
Down.
Earth, why is one
Well
so
done.
uniquely able to manipulate its environment,
Okey-dokey.
communicate instantaneously at distance, can't really even exist in its environment in most places that it lives without clothes and shelter? We're a weird animal. We're very strange. Like, we don't seem to normally
Target
adapt
eliminated.
to our
Enemy
environment
down. Man
the way
down. Enemy
we
down.
hold our environment with air conditioning and electricity and electronics and flight and travel. We're so beyond everything else that evolved. Whereas every other animal,
Target
predator
eliminated.
or prey, plant eater or meat eater, all seems to cohesively exist inside
Fuck
of
yeah.
Then you have us, which is like
Yeah,
almost like an invasive species. Like invasive species destroy the most systems, like because they don't belong there. Well, that's kind of what we do. Like we suck all the fish out of the ocean, we pollute the rivers with our technology, we mess up underground water systems with fracking and drill. We're like an invasive species in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're really weird.
I can't argue with that. No.
Yeah, this Tim Burchett thing. So Tim Burchett has recently been talking about this. That he can't talk about it because it's classified. But he said you'd be up at night. Things that I've seen, if the things that I've seen are released. Yeah. He said we just need you to disclose it all. I'm sick of it. Well, I was briefed, and I will tell you this. I was briefed last week on an issue, or excuse me, 2 weeks ago, and it would have set the earth on. This country would have become unglued. I think if they would have heard all that I heard.
Well, this is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
If, it's not like there's a bunch of space brothers coming down going, oh, look what we discovered, here, have some information. And, what if it's not that? What if all the information is bad?
Well, what would be bad? Like, have you ever thought about this? Tried to, play it out? Conclusion? Like, what do you think the scenario is?
I don't know. Everything that look, we view ourselves at the top of the food chain. What if we're not anywhere near there?
I don't think we are.
Okay. What if we're just consumables?
Well, I don't know if chimpanzees are consumables, right? They're not at the top of the food chain either, right? But
no, but there's. I would consider them substantially lower than we are.
Right.
Like my good friend that died, John Lear, who had a bunch of crazy thoughts. I mean, he used to come over and tell us that, on the moon there was a soul sucker. And when he said this, you better give me that bottle.
Have another drink before you explain this one. Oh boy. A soul sucker.
Yeah.
John Lear was an eccentric individual. I'm
Yeah,
sad I never met him.
Man, he was
supporting evidence.
He was a
what? Terrence McKenna talking about the moon being a soul catcher?
Yeah. No, and he'd give me pictures of these giant antennas on the moon, and in fact, I'll tell you a story. He he was an accomplished pilot, had many world records and things of that. Part of the Lear family. His father invented autopilot, the 8-track tape, all kinds of stuff. And but John Lear was a loose cannon. At the time, he'd fly from Las Vegas and shuttle L-1011s, which are giant planes, back and forth. And he'd say, be kind of lonely. He goes, hey, do you want to go to Minneapolis tonight? He'd call me at 9:00 at night and say, well, no, not really. Come on, fly with me. He said, just put on a suit and, come to so-and-so. And I'd go to McCarran Airport and, go there. And, I'm going to tell everybody you're, an inspector from the FAA. I'm like, okay, great. And I'd get on the plane and they say, just act like you're, going to kick everyone's ass. So I would go on there and I'd sit they pulled down a jump seat behind the plane and I'd sit there looking at everybody and God, all of this stuff is so illegal. And, get on there and fly and, John would take, and the L-1011 was a pretty advanced plane at the time. This was in the 80s. And, John would be smoking his pipe. He'd take off. He'd put his feet up and smoke his pipe, and he'd fall asleep. And I'd just be, hanging out there. And, before the plane would land, he'd just, wake up and, be smoking his pipe, plane would land itself. At the time, my wife was taking flying lessons. And he said, yeah, bring her up here. And I think they had an engineer also on another panel. I don't quite remember, but I was there with my wife, there were people on board, and he'd say, hey, come on here and take the wheel. And he'd get the captain of the plane would, I think my wife was in her 20s at the time. and just sit her down and say, "Yeah, hold on to it, and just keep correcting." And he just let her fly the plane, which is insane. And the co-pilot would just look over, and I remember looking over at, I think, the engineer that looked at the gauges, and he just put his head down and pretended like nothing was happening. And that was just one time. Another time he was carrying an L-1011, going by Roswell. At the time I was living in New Mexico, and they called him and told him he wasn't getting paid, that the company was defaulted or something. And he was coming up to New Mexico and landed at the Roswell, just took the plane and landed at the Roswell airport. There's the whole 1011, got off,
Hoe dan? Met een shotgun door het raam.
walked up to the
Fucking
bus
van die
station,
afstand.
gave me a call on the payphone and said, "Hey Bob, I'm coming over." Okay, you're in New Mexico? Yeah. And he drove up. Taxi would drop him off at the house. He'd walk. He walked in. He went, "Boy, I'm tired," and he'd just lay down on the couch, and go to sleep. And I said, "What are you doing here? What's going on?" "Oh, I just dropped the plane off. They're not paying me," and that's it. But I mean, John Lear was such like a loose cannon. He was a great friend to have, but he had no bullshit. If he had a retired general come up and give him all kinds of information, or he had a psychic come up from the neighborhood and give him all kinds of information, he'd put him in the same category, and so he really did have useful information that was difficult to get, but it was mixed up with nonsense.
Right.
And sometimes he would just really lean into that nonsense. Like he was convinced that the sun wasn't hot and there were people living inside. And I used to die insane. Said, you can't prove it's hot. Yes, I can. The sun's atmosphere. Crazy, but we got along. And he knew that I thought he was crazy. But the thing is, a lot of people did come to him and give him good information.
Fuck you.
See on the other side.
Some people will tell you nonsense and then they'll tell you true things. And it's difficult to accept that true things also come from people that say nonsense.
Right.
Like
I
just
am
because
fucking
they
gay.
said something that's nonsense doesn't mean necessarily that this thing they're saying is not true. It's another thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got to be able to discern. You've got, like, I talk to a lot of people that say a lot of things that don't make any sense, but then they'll say something that rings true. And it's difficult because you have to have some sort of an understanding of the human psyche and of those kind of people because they're snaps.
You're counting on yours.
And it doesn't.
And it doesn't.
But some good stuff gets in there and you go, hold on, what did you just say?
Right.
Tell me that again. How does that one work?
Yeah, you can't really discount people because somebody comes up with some absolute nonsense.
Right.
It just means their filter is defective.
Right.
But
which is also the reason why they're willing to entertain things that are outside of the normal spectrum. So, like, they might have actual, real, useful information, but it's wrapped up in there with Bigfoot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So the soul catching thing.
Oh, yeah, that's the soul catcher. So, I remember him sitting, and I think he was telling my wife Joy this story because I walked in on it. He said, "Yeah, there are these giant antennas, and when you die, your soul goes up, and I think he said these rays, this alien race set up the soul catcher, and that's what this whole thing is about. And as you die,
Oh no!
they use it in some way, and it's not where your soul is supposed to go. They just like said intercept.
Did he say where your soul was supposed to go?
No. He was just more really into the soul catcher.
Well, that was one of the weirder things about some of the documents that you've been alerted to in your other days. One of them being that humans are containers.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, and
which the likely conclusion is souls. A soul is a real thing. Whatever
that's
that
what you would think.
Right. I mean, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just.
I would prefer to believe that that's not true. But maybe it is. I don't know. As Barry said, they mix absolute nonsense in there. So if you, and it's unique to each person, so if you give out any information about soul catchers, we know that they criminals are. So that's just a way where they can direct word it. But
the problem is like decades and decades, generations and generations of people working there. How many people know what the real truth is, and how many people know?
I don't know. I mean, there must be a group of people that really have the pure information of what's going on.
I would assume, but not necessarily. I would think
there has to be a group of people that know what's going on, and
who are those people?
And to me, like I was telling Luigi, I have a bunch of questions for me.
Be your questions for you.
People that ask me over decades the same question.
Wow.
Why is it the Navy? The Navy paid me. I always said the Navy. Everything has been the Navy instead of the Air Force because, back in the 60s and 70s, there's Project Bluebird and the Air Force and all that. But everything associated with this was the Navy. So, and in these days, you hear some of these new types of crafts that are
transmedium.
Yeah, you hear the word transmedium, and David Fravor, Commander David Fravor, with the Tic Tac, and things are under the water, and supposedly the craft that the sport model was an archaeological recovery, and that itself was underwater. So what is the deal with the water? I mean, it's by far the biggest medium of the planet. I mean, if you want to hide people down there, almost an entire civilization down there, you could do it in the ocean, as long as you do it deep and away from people. So, yeah, number one is, what's the deal with the ocean? That's probably the number one question.
Because there's a ton of sightings where people see things come out of the water and go into the water.
Yeah, there has to be a reason for that.
Well, just in terms of if they have the ability to travel through space, if whatever that thing is really does create some sort of a gravity bubble or some sort of a space-time bubble.
Yeah, but maybe it's not space. Maybe it's not space. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's another dimension. There's really no limits. If you can start manipulating physics in that way, you can bend time. You can open doorways into the other dimensions. So maybe it has nothing to do with going. Look, we all want it to be like Star Trek.
Right.
Because Star Trek is really understandable.
Right.
You go out there, you fly to another planet, you meet the people there, you go to another one. Well, these guys are happy, those guys aren't, and it all makes perfect sense. I don't really think it's like that. Look, if you look at history, especially, in United States history, anytime a superior race or intelligence meets with an inferior one, it's never good for the inferior guys. Never. We never come over and go, oh, we just want to teach you guys everything that we know.
Right.
No.
Nope.
It's like, we're going to rape all your women, take all your stuff, and then just kill you.
Use your resources.
Yes. It's just obvious. Maybe that's just what humans do. But I would be concerned that's what all life does.
Well, we are territorial primates, and that makes sense that that's what we do. the thing that always fascinates me about particularly the Greys, they seem to be genderless, and they seem to have no muscle at all. They seem to have enormous heads, and the stories, at least the anecdotal accounts of people having communication with these creatures, is that they communicate in some way telepathically.
Yeah.
If you transcend all of our weird biological needs, like all the things that are attached to being a human being, ego, lust, greed, desire to conquer, desire to control resources, all those things are territorial primate instincts. And one of the conversations I had yesterday with my friend Theo, we were talking about like what's happening to people's bodies is that people are slowly we're consuming microplastics and phthalates and all these things that are reducing our reproductive system. Our testosterone's dropping.
Right.
All this stuff like leads you to say, well, where does this go ultimately? Like, how many more people are autistic now than were before? It's 1 out of 12 boys in California now. It used to be 1 out of 10,000, just a few decades. Like, we're moving into this very weird direction without us
Wait,
recognizing
let me stop you there. It's 1 out of how many?
it. 1 out of 12 boys in California are diagnosed autistic now.
But do you think that might be the way they're diagnosed?
No. No, I think it's exposure. I think it's exposure to chemicals, vaccines, environmental toxins.
You think that too? I think that.
But it's not just me. There's tons of studies, and a lot of buried studies too.
Okay, I mean, if that's
Yeah.
accurate, that's frightening. Yeah.
Well, it is. It can't be just diagnosed because I mean I know so many people that have nonverbal autistic kids, where I didn't know anybody that had nonverbal autistic kids when I was younger.
Well, I mean, back in the 60s and 70s, there were no kids with ADHD. Kids that were like that were just assholes.
Mm-hmm. I think that's still the case. I don't think ADHD is a real diagnosis. I think it's a real excuse to give people medication. I think ADHD is essentially a superpower. What ADHD is allows you to concentrate on things that you really enjoy, but you cannot concentrate on things you don't enjoy. I think I have it. And I think I'm very fortunate that I'm not diagnosed and medicated, or wasn't, or born in the right time when they weren't doing that as much.
No, I'll stop you there and say I agree that that's a superpower too.
Because it's very unusual. I can,
Yeah.
if I find a thing that I like, I can lock in and concentrate on it for 12, 14 hours with no sleep, no food. All I need is like water or coffee, and I'm locked in.
I locked in for 4.5 years.
Yeah.
I think what ADHD is to kids, put them in a completely unnatural environment. You're making them sit down. They don't want to sit down. They're very active and energetic. You're making them study things by very unenthusiastic teachers. They don't want to pay attention. They're fucking off in class because they're completely bored. And then you're saying that kid's got a problem. We have to diagnose him. And then what do you give them? You give them Adderall. And all of a sudden the kid's locked in because they're on fucking speed.
Yeah.
And I just think...
Yeah, but if you focus in and let them do what they're interested in...
Give that kid a video game. Watch him play it for fucking 10 hours with no food. Because that's what happens. Because that's something they're actually engaged with. It's not that they can't be focused on anything. They just don't focus on things they enjoy. And we want to turn people into nice little factory workers. Right. And the only way to do that is you got to get a kid to comply. You got to get a kid to pay attention, follow the rules.
We're on the same chat. It's a really great point.
I don't believe that ADHD is a real thing. I just think there's some people that are wired differently, and they should pursue different things in life.
Right.
The difference between that and autism is very different. And autism is, especially when it happens like almost directly after multiple vaccinations. There's a lot of them they point to, particularly the MMR vaccine. There's quite a few. When you look at the schedule of vaccines and how it ramped up, and it completely correlates with the ramping up of the diagnoses of autism, but without casting aspersions or getting into some anti-vaccine conversation.
Wait, you just did.
Yeah, I did. But what I'm saying is, but ultimately the human race is moving into a very weird place. So I had a conversation with Shanna Swan, Dr. Shanna Swan, who is, she studies environmental endocrine disruptors. So various toxins, phthalates, microplastics, and plasticizers that are completely disruptive to people's endocrine system, reproductive system. And from the introduction of these petrochemical products in the 1950s and 60s, you see a direct correlation between the dip in testosterone rates amongst men, the increase of miscarriages and infertility, and then on top of that, the actual shrinking of their taint. So one of the ways they find out the difference between mammals, some mammals in particular, when you see a baby mammal, the difference between a male and a female is easily recognized by the size of the gap between their anal hole and where their genitals are.
But that could just be correlation. It's like
No,
it's like
I'll explain why it's not. Because when they've done studies where they've used phthalates, particularly phthalates,
okay.
and they've introduced them specifically, purposely into certain mammals and rodents, their taint shrinks. And their taint shrinks and their penis size shrinks. And there's studies on alligators, where alligators, when they live in polluted rivers, they have smaller penises. And she talked about all this. And all this, these are endocrine disruptors that are in the environment, that are doing something that reduces fertility. And it changes the way the human biology functions. And it makes men more feminine, it makes women less fertile. Well, ultimately, when you look at the Greys, what do they look like? They look like they have no genitals. They look like they have no sex. They have that might be where biology has to go to transcend away from our territorial primate biology. Our territorial primate biology that is insistent on war and violence and
right, and we think this is the place to stay.
Exactly,
and it may not.
It may not be. Yeah. It may be completely non-beneficial to all life.
Right.
That we have to transcend that, and
Good.
we are transcending it whether we like it or not. And what I was saying is that I don't know if it's a bug. I think it might be a feature of evolution. That our insistence on using plastics and technology and all of these different environmental toxins that we use to services
Fuck off, you cunt.
are disrupting our endocrine system and changing us from being these hulking, hair-covered cavemen to being these very small, slight, autistic men that can fucking code 24 hours a day without sleep.
Right.
It seems like you extrapolate and you naturally take that further. Well, what do you get? You get really skinny things with no muscles and giant heads.
My take also, and I do agree with that, is what I find sometimes really concerning is how fast that's moving. So it's not just a question of like, is this actually, this is probably a thing, but it's moving so incredibly fast. If I look at my father's generation or my grandfather's generation and my generation, I mean, it's similar, but now it's moving so fast. Yeah, I do agree with what you're saying. And I'm thinking, if it's moving so fast, there could be a natural component to it, but there's an intentional component.
Right. If you wanted to do something to erase the change, like think about what we did with wolves.
Fuck yeah, bitch.
Right? All dogs are wolves.
Yeah, right.
I have 2 dogs that are the furthest fucking thing from wolves you could possibly imagine.
Is that Marshmallow?
Marshall.
Yeah.
Marshall. He might be a marshmallow. He might as well.
Oh, okay,
Marshall, who's a golden retriever, who's the sweetest dog of all time. Then I have another dog named Charlie, who's a King Charles Cavalier Spaniel, who is even further from a wolf than Marshall. He's just a cute little fuzzy little sweetheart. They have no killer instincts whatsoever. Right, but what happened? We softened them to the point where there was something compatible with our modern life, with households and families and babies.
Okay.
And we made them safe. And that's happening to people. It's happening to people whether we like it or not. We can attribute it to all these different factors. Oh, it's a problem. We have to remove these things from the environment. This is what's going on. Maybe. Or maybe we just look at the overall picture. There seems to be an insatiable desire for innovation and technology that human beings have. If you looked at us from afar,
Jongen, fucking kneuter.
just studying us, what does this species do? Well, it makes better things. Makes better things all the time. Constantly. You know, I have a iPhone 16 here. It's not as good as the iPhone 17. iPhone 17 is better. Why don't you get an iPhone 17?
Right,
You know, it just
right.
like keeps going. It never stops. It never ends. TVs get bigger. They get stronger. Your cars get faster. Your computer just does more cores, does processing, video, everything so much quicker. Everything moves faster and better. We keep making better things. We never stop and say, you know what? Society right now, we have a lot of problems. The problems that we don't have are technology. Our technology seems completely suitable to this world that we're living in right now. Let's just stop making new things and concentrate on cleaning the rivers and concentrate on stopping crime and concentrate on educating people, concentrate on counseling for troubled young people. No, we just plow forward ahead with the one thing that we absolutely guaranteed do. We make better things. We make better weapons, better cars, better planes. Everything we do, we make things better.
And sorry, I have to add, we do that, and we also do it in a way where it's economically beneficial to the ones that are making it, because we make things break now. Think about it. We make better things, but we make them so that you have to buy the better thing after.
Right. Engineered obsolescence.
Yeah, that's also important.
Yeah, it is, because then it also human beings have this very bizarre desire for materialism. Like, why would a thing with a finite lifespan want to accumulate objects? Like, I know people that are in their 80s that collect things. Like, what are you fucking doing with this?
Yeah, I know.
You're gonna die. You have maybe like 10 summers left on Earth. And here you are, collecting stamps or cars.
10 summers, yeah. No, I can't do that.
It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you have to bypass the accumulating stuff.
Right.
Part of life.
But materialism ensures a constant fueling of innovation. Because this is one of the things that gets people excited about collecting new stuff, is that you're going to make a better version. Like, I don't care how good your Mercedes is. It's not a 2026 Mercedes.
Right.
It's a future. It's a new thing. And so it's like all built into the human psychology, and also to this thing that I said. Like I said, if you were somewhere else and studying this species, what does it do? It makes better things. What do sharks do? They eat things. They just swim around. They can't even stop swimming. They eat things. What do people do? They really just make better things. They go to war. Why do they go to war, really? They go to war so they can control resources, so they have more money, so they can make more things and better things. And also the amount of innovation that is in warfare, in more weapons, in more fighting.
That's actually critical.
Yes.
To keep the system going. Yeah.
Well, ultimately, all that does is all of it releases more endocrine disruptors, more contact with all these different chemicals and toxins, feminizes men, ruins women's reproductive systems, to the point where ultimately we say, oh, for the survival of the race, we're going to have to figure out how to reproduce non-biologically.
When I first got involved in,
it's something to ponder, right?
Yeah.
It's something to ponder, because we're so wrapped up in who we are. We're so wrapped up in, look, I love being a person. I love living in Texas. I love driving an American car. I love all those things. But what does that mean? Like, what is that? What is that? You know, these are just weird identity points that you connect with whatever this species is. But if you could just have a above you, you look down and go, what are we doing?
Yeah, that's...
You don't want to fucking bitch.
Too easy.
Yeah, like how far are we going and how fast are we going there?
Going pretty fucking fast. And now with AI, I think we're going way faster than we even understand. Because with Claude, I mean, they think that the Claude AI, that the engineers, sentient. It just doesn't have a physical body to be
Look, AI is going to kill us. Everybody agrees with that. There's no question.
I don't think it's going to kill us. You know what I think it's going to do? I think it's going to prevent us from breathing. It's going to let us die off.
That's going to kill us,
but I think we're going to willingly go with it, because we're going to get, like, mates, like Ex Machina. We're going to just, something that takes
as soon
care
as
of
they
you.
come out with a female robot, that's sexually attractive,
it's
or
over.
whatever. Yeah,
Game over.
Game over.
Game over.
There's just going to be no more babies, and we're just going to die out.
Yeah.
So,
or integrate. And I think it's much more likely that we integrate. And that's where you get the grays. I think that what the grays are is a combination of technology and biology. And if you just go
It
from
could very well be.
chimp, caveman,
Jongen,
gray, you go, oh, I see what
lekker de huidkanker of zo.
chimp, caveman, human, modern human, gelatinous, slow moving.
But leaned into what Barry told me because it's the only information I had, that the craft came from Zeta Reticuli, which is a star system 30 some odd light years away. And, you know, again, it was just like a Star Trek thing. They came over here for whatever reason. But that information may not be true.
But that might information might be one of those things they put
I
in.
mean,
That's not
yeah.
facts.
Again, if it has to do with time, I think from what George has told me, Jacques Vallée and some other really credible researchers have said that these are people either from another dimension or another time, or maybe they're us from the future,
right?
Just coming back to interact with us in some way. Yeah, but it doesn't seem like they're doing a good job.
Well, maybe fucking things up somewhat is also part of the plan. Maybe that actually has to take place.
I mean, holy cow!
Disrupt.
Look at the way things are going right now. Right. Holy cow!
Exactly.
Things are off, totally off the rails.
But maybe that's part of the plan. Maybe part of it is like it has to get so far sideways that we realize how fucked up everything is that we start making meaningful changes and implement AI as government.
That's a dangerous thing.
Exactly, but is it as dangerous as Iran getting nukes? Is it as dangerous as the global Islamic Caliphate? No, it's not Iran.
Iran's not getting nukes. I mean,
okay, but
I don't want to get into political stuff.
No, but you could. You could. Like, if you gave Iran the technology to get nukes.
Everyone has, any physicist has the technology to get nukes.
Right.
I mean, the difficulty is actually making the material. So, I mean, if I was Iran, I would enrich to 80 or 90% because that's where you can make a weapon and stop there.
Right, it's not like they would be the only people with a weapon. Pakistan, India, North Korea.
But that doesn't make you have a weapon. It just gives you a shortcut to it. And making a weapon from there and being able to deliver a weapon, to 4,000 miles away, that's a big deal. So,
right, but they're in communication with China. How's that? They're in communication.
Well, then they don't need to. They don't need to enrich uranium or do anything. They just can you give me a missile? And
right, wouldn't they rather make their own? But that's not even the point.
Rather make their own. Why would you do that? Would you rather make your own car or just somebody give it to you? No. Why would you do that? You got a buddy that'll just give you one.
Because you'd want to be self-sufficient. You'd want to have your own
You can
production
always
where
do
you don't
that.
have to rely on someone.
No, you can always do that. I don't think they were ever gonna absolutely make a weapon now.
Right.
Because we're kicking their ass. As everyone has learned, I guess you have to have nuclear weapons now to but this is a really bad situation.
Oh, it's a horrible situation.
Yeah.
But my point is, why is this situation taking place? The situation taking place is because human beings suck. Right? We suck in how we interact with each other. We suck because we're territorial primates with weapons of mass destruction.
Can't we just all get along?
Right. Well,
Yeah,
what is the way to stop that from ever happening? Well, one, you let a catastrophe unfold, and then you offer a solution to make sure these catastrophes never unfold again. Well, what's the best solution? Well, we have something far smarter than people that will take over control of resources in government.
AI.
AI. Right.
Yeah. This is Colossus. You ever seen the movie Colossus?
No.
Gotta watch it. Well, that's
When was
a
that movie?
demerit against you.
Okay.
Yeah. The movie Colossus was a 1960s or 70s movie, and it's about the scientist makes deep inside this mountain a computer to take over the defense of the United States. And you know, they build this gigantic computer inside Cheyenne Mountain or something similar to it. And, you know, they flipped the switch and they went, okay, we're protected. We're in good shape. And shortly after time goes on, you know, they realize, wow, the computer's really performing better than we expected. And as it turns out, Russia had done the same thing. And the computers want to communicate together. And, you know, they start communicating, and then the United States goes, well, they might be giving our secrets away, so we better, you know, cut the communication line. And the computers freak out and they go, oh, I guess we'll just launch nuclear bombs, you know, at everybody. And it launches weapons and, you know, it essentially holds everybody hostage. But it's kind of like a trap. It's kind of like a trap.
Yeah,
If we go that way, it could trap us. It's exactly a trap.
Well, you know, in simulated war games, AIs use nuclear
Oh wait,
weapons.
they
like
98% of the time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because
Isn't that crazy?
why wouldn't they? Because I mean, look, the goal is to win,
Right.
and we're going to present you with the scenario, and they go, okay, nuke them. You know, and why wouldn't you pick that? Well, you going to start with slapping them in the face?
Well,
no,
why is it better to just bomb them over and over and over again until you achieve the same
that's
amount
the
of
slap in the
deaths?
face. Nuke them. It's over with. We can move on from there.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, you think about what happened in Gaza. Like, you look at the leveling of all those buildings, the mass destruction.
It's terrible.
It looks like a nuke.
Yeah.
It looks like one nuke instead of thousands of missiles and bombs. Is one nuke.
But it's not.
Right. In terms of the amount of damage you can do instantaneously.
Because we can detect the nuke.
Was there ever any conversation that you were privy to where they discussed? Because one of the things that does come up over and over again in UFO discussions is these crafts that show up at these military bases and shut down all the weapon systems.
No, I actually know nothing about that. Most of the UFO stuff or UFO lore that I've heard, I don't know anything about it. I've just looked at it.
That's so fascinating because you're the most prominent figure in all of UFO
That's what I was
lore.
telling him yesterday.
Yeah, but I really only like to talk about what I know about.
Right, of course.
And I've heard, I've heard other stories, but I've never heard them officially. I don't know if they're really real.
What's one of the things that makes you most credible? Because you're not a UFO.
I guess, but
No,
I mean,
yes, it does with me. Because when people are like way too into it, they want to believe too much. You know?
yeah. But no, I don't know.
Like, do you know who these people are?
Yeah, Betty and Barney Hill.
Okay. Well, so you know.
Yeah, they were the first abductees.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, they're. I don't know who first introduced those to me, and I looked them up, and you know, people say, "Do you believe them?" And I'm kind of inclined to believe them because look, in the 1960s, right, where they're from, the last thing you want to do is be recognized as a mixed race couple, right? I mean,
right, and go public.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, holy cow,
that was a
they
big
would.
thing.
Person that were, you know, in any kind of relationship, but yeah, that rings a story. Yeah, and you hear the usually on top of that, I have a connection. Yeah, because Barry said they're from the Zeta Reticuli star system, and I believe it's Betty Hill drew a map of the Zeta Reticuli star system and said this is part of their roots. Did you know that? You didn't know that? Yeah. Okay, if you look remember it from what you said from. Okay, but if you Betty Hill, she said, I think. I don't. Well, I know the stuff, right? They show her a map and they say, well, this is a map. She wanted to know why they were here, what's going on. They showed her a map, am I right? And they said, do you understand this? And she said, no. And they said, well, why should we tell you anymore? And, well, they showed her this, you know, and she obviously, look at that. Yeah.
Suspension describes the map she was shown by the leader aboard the ship. Later, she sketched it. She said she was told that marked trade routes. That's right. The broken lines recorded various space expeditions. The following year, the map seen at right was published in the New York Times. Mrs. Hill, struck with similarity between the Times map and her sketch, then added the corresponding names. Yeah.
And it ended up being the Zeta Reticuli binary star system, which was really interesting. And I remember when I first heard about Bob's story back in 1989, and he said Zeta Reticuli, I remember thinking, wow, that's what Betty Hill saw. So that made me also question, is that real in that document? Did these guys really come from there? You know, because it was mentioned in 1968.
Right.
So why would the government, the U.S. Navy, write that in there that would correlate to something that we already kind of knew? I think that was a purposeful disinformation to disinform someone. I think so.
But why? Maybe it's true. Yeah, go ahead. We'll pause right here and just. We're talking about this whole Zeta. So when you're dealing with so many different crafts and so many different things, the idea that only one species or one thing more advanced than us seems kind of silly. If the universe is populated with these things, does it?
Is it? I mean, the universe is really. Do you think everybody can find this place?
Yeah. I would imagine it's like spots that you visit, like, there's Machu Egypt, there's Sub-Saharan Africa, a bunch of different places we can go. Just humans on Earth. I would imagine if you have an understanding of how life is evolving in the cosmos, there's probably stages where things reach certain levels. And if you are
But they're far apart.
Right.
They're far apart. I mean, one could be in this quadrant on the milk in the galaxy, and they reach that point, and travel and explore, and there's a far distant point where another civilization can do that. I mean, really, do you think there are that many? I don't think there are that many civilizations visiting us. There's no doubt there's one from somewhere, from the planet, time, and the dimension, whatever it may be. Someone else is here. We're not the of Earth. We're absolutely not. There's no question.
Well, I think if you've got technology that let's say the Greys are able to fly around some crafts. Why would we assume that it stops there? Assume technology is to the point where not only are they far more down, they also.
Well, if you want to use the universe as infinite, then it stops. It scales. There's somebody and it never stops.
When you watch this lecture, this woman started she was talking about maybe our understanding of space and distance control is limited by what our current technology is and our current understanding of what space and time is. And she was saying is might not be might at one point actually be able to instantaneously travel and that just how quantum some then we might eventually determine where that's what travel is. It's travel.
I think we just have technology. Look at we look at Maxwell's equations, things like that based on electromagnetic, static, actions on and how they relate things in our universe, but that may be nothing. There may be that these
crafts these people or these civilizations just utilize. So, of course, I mean, if you just stop about going from Morse code to cell in a relatively short. If you go to the difference between 1200 and 1400, what's the difference? 1800 and 6. Right. And it is it's crazy change, right? So 2026, 2200. Ooh, fucking knows, especially when you're sentient and you have nuclear power plants that are controlling sentient either human resources. I mean, really there's no limit to where this goes. Scale out. Scale out 2000. You really can't scale out. Right. So it's even in 100 years, it's way right if ever gets it. Also, it's exponential. Right. That's why you can't scale out 2000. If you think it's exponential now, that's AI generate version. What's happening with that? Switch to being by check. Now, AI. There's no question. Yeah, we're obsolete in terms of our thinking. We're obsolete. I mean, all it needs is hands, right? Yeah. It's a scary, and that's a, yeah. I was gonna say, and that's a scary. That's a scary thought because it's like we're gonna integrate. I think it's inevitable. We can write about that. We're just going. It's not like even if you and I are not going to actually do it, somebody will, and it's going to integrate because other people will. It's going to happen, but it's still the same primate. We're still the same human.
Sort of, but we already have problems with joints, and so we replace them with fake ones. We, take titanium.
Yeah, but they don't work as good.
They don't for now. But before